Yeah, hello guys and welcome to the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual. Welcome to the madness. Welcome to the season finale in the Le Mans Virtual series. We are just moments away from the start. We're just about to get ready as we see the official trailer of the Le Mans Virtual series coming up to start the broadcast here. An amazing clip, I gotta say. So I have to thank Majedi for the subscription here on the YouTube channel. Much appreciated, buddy. So the year of corn, we are ready to
Le Mans. We are ready for the start of the 2023 Le Mans 24 hours
formation
virtual.
lap, and for this year I got a little bit of a different setup here for the stream because I'm going to be working
cars
over there
at the front of the field and our GTE contenders following them through. Porsche Coanda have qualified and locked out the front row of the grid. And our points leaders are all at the sharp end of the field. So here is how they will start.
Now be able to hear me really good, I guess,
the number 20 Porsche Coanda
as we're going through the grid
the starting drive ahead of teammate Morris
of
Turing.
the race.
Line on row 2, Felix Rosenqvist and Formula
Meanwhile,
1
I'm
world champion
checking
Max
what things.
Verstappen will start their cars
Right,
ahead of Matthias
so
Fresh for R8G and Sammy Matti
Majedi, thank you so much for your Prime subscription on the YouTube channel. That is really much appreciated. Thank you for your support here.
Still in the LMP category with Panis.
You guys can hear me right? You guys can hear me well? Please a quick confirmation.
Row 5 spot. Row 6, Yas Heat and Brabham Esports, Williams Esports, and the 444 Next View Van Wall burst car on row 7. On row 8 of the grid, Peugeot Esports with Malte Jakobsen starting from their base in Versailles. The number 4 Floyd Van Wall burst car ahead of the 101 GR Esports machine on row 11.
Thank you, Jonny. Thank you, Ben. Thank you for
and Rocket Simsport.
the feedback. 11, so 30 seconds till formation lap.
The last couple of rows of our prototypes with Axel and Arnage. And then Mexico Racing Team and Matej Homela starting for ARC Bratislava. That is row 13. Row 14, Graf and the Le Mans Virtual Cup drivers with Andy and Seb Prio as their pro drivers. And on pole position in GT, R8G's Ferrari ahead of the BMW that leads the standings. Proton 77 Porsche, third qualified on the grid. The 88 car lines up right behind with the BS competition BMW. On row 18, another BMW.
Thank you, Andrea.
And the Orica Red Bull Porsche that lies second in the standings ahead of the Sim Maranello Ferrari.
Andrea, I think everyone is locked onto the
Motorsports. Then P1
Le Mans Aero package.
And the Law JMX Phantom Aston Martin with D Stations Aston behind them. And Simsa Esports getting towards the tail of our field, SF Esports and In Speed Racing, racing from their base in Shanghai, and Satellite, not setting a time, the 45th car on the grid. Well, the tyres all supplied by Goodyear.
Jonny, quick information, the car ahead of
the
you.
White sidewall, medium with the yellow sidewall, hard with the green sidewall, and the blue sidewall for wet weather. And the teams have been briefed. The forecast is that there may well be rain during the course of this afternoon. We started our race at 1 Greenwich Mean Time, 1400 CET, and before dusk, we may well see the first rain. There is rain also heading towards us potentially tomorrow morning as well as we get into the daylight hours. So there is the weather, currently 25 degrees and dry. Not much of a headwind, just 18 kilometers an hour. But that, of course, will affect the cars very differently around this Le Mans 24-hour circuit. We are just about ready for the race to get underway. And the field will be led away by one of the big technological programs that the ACO is undertaking, the H24 hydrogen-powered prototype. Now, this car, developed in association with the ACO and Green GT, has an all-electric drivetrain but it is not powered by batteries or an internal combustion engine. It is powered by a hydrogen fuel cell. And that car has already taken to the track with extensive testing and development over the last 2 years and has been racing in the Le Mans Cup at Le Mans last summer and in the European Le Mans Series. And the plan for the ACO and Green GT is to have this car competing in the 24 Hours of Le Mans in June 2025. Le Mans has always been a testbed for manufacturers and for new technology. And the
so
ACO
you guys be
taking
ready
it upon
for
themselves to push
the race.
even more new technology
Changes to the car
with the
overnight. What do you
H24
mean,
program.
Jerome? So here we go.
There is H24 leading the field around. The commentary team is ready to go. Martin Haven, Ben Constantinos, Lewis McGlade and Chris McCarthy here in the studio at the Motorsport Games HQ at Silverstone. And dotted around the world are our drivers. Of course, under the auspices of the ACO and the governing body of world motorsport, the FIA, we have a message from our president, Mohammed bin Sulayem.
Dear friends, for all fans of motorsport and the endurance discipline in particular, 2023 will witness the 24 Hours of Le Mans centenary on 10th and 11th of June. As a prelude to this major event, the 24 Hours of Le Mans virtual is being held this weekend to launch this anniversary year. Once again, the grid is spectacular.
Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it.
The increasing popularity of e-sport and its successful partnership with the motorsport community. The biggest teams and the best drivers will be on the start line this afternoon, including the 3 single-seater 2022 champions, Max Verstappen, Felipe Drugovich, and Victor Martin. Such prestigious manufacturers as Alpine, Ferrari, Mercedes, Peugeot, and Porsche will also be joining them. This will herald 24 hours of thrilling and competitive races, which will no doubt delight the fans who will be able to follow them.
I don't know, but Gerard Neveu at least is in the production studio, so he's around.
Motorsport Games and Gerard Neveu for this fantastic event, and salute the organizers and competitors. I wish everyone a great success. Have a great race.
Have a great race. That's exactly, I think, what we're all looking forward to, a great race. Cars already on their formation laps. Now, some of our drivers had the opportunity to send a little message as well. I know an awful lot of them will be feeling very nervous watching their teammates in their sim rigs. But let's see what they had to say.
Hi guys, Jan van der Heide here, driver of the number 62 Brabham Esports LMP2 car. It's my 3rd time already taking part in the virtual Le Mans event, and again, just such a unique experience driving against the best.
Oh no, we're gonna be on that screen at some point in the race as well.
Really looking forward to it again. Fingers crossed for everyone to have a clean and incident-free race, and hope you're gonna enjoy the show. Let's make it a good one.
Hello everyone, I'm Li Xiaofei from Inspire Racing as the driver and team manager. For me, it's an amazing experience to have a chance to compete against the world's best esports driver and teams, and to learn a lot and
Luca, thank you so much.
Wish everyone good luck and have fun during the race.
For
Hi,
the subscription.
I'm going to race Virtual Le Mans 2023 with Grav by ATRS Sports. So excited to share track with the best esport teams and racing drivers.
Ben in 1 hour roughly.
Hi, my name is Nakib Aslan. I'm racing for Sem9 Axel. And for me, it's just going to be an amazing experience racing again in the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual. Arguably one of the biggest races out there in the sim racing scene. So, super excited. The biggest name out there.
Alright guys, here we go.
Max Verstappen. So that's one name to look out for, and one name for me that I'll be aiming to be on track. So, looking forward to it, and yeah, can't wait.
We are ready to go racing. The cars are at the end of the formation lap. The 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual 2023 is just moments away. Porsche locked out the front row,
they're going for it for turn 1.
Looking to try and take the advantage. We see this so often. Not the greatest getaway from the front row of the grid. And let's see if either of the red line cars can take the lead into the first turn. The GT cars follow across the line. Again, it's the 888 Ferrari on pole position and the BMW's behind. Key here is red line car number 1. It looks like Max Verstappen taking the lead very quickly. Now,
but that start is going to be under investigation for sure.
A lot of test racing, a lot of practice. He has tried and not had great success during the season. But it looks as though he is absolutely determined to deal with this race the same way that he does in Grand Prix racing and take the bulls by the horn.
Brilliant job by Jonny. Jumped 2 spots. Is there someone off the track?
Going around that Dunlop kink. Brilliant start though for Verstappen to take over the race lead. Lauren Heinrich up into 2nd position, and of course having to deal back down into 2nd position, shearing behind of Felix Rosenqvist, who I said I was chatting to Dom Doon, might be a little bit calmer at the start of this race. Seems to be the case, holding on to that 4th spot, not moving forward, having to deal with the Williams behind.
Brilliant.
Well, Ben, astonishing that Max just...
Yep, Tira QT, I am driving indeed.
He is a very aggressive driver.
Goncalo Salgado, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome to the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual.
Hard rhythm for his teammates, for everyone else to chase, and we've seen so often at Le Mans, you have to really take the fight to the other cars. You have to force the other teams to drive hard, and sometimes this has worked, other times it has not, but for Redline right now, that seems to be the choice. For the GTE car, though, it is progress backwards for the BMW.
Yeah, it looks as though it hasn't been the greatest start. It's Alex Smoljar who leads. There's a red line Coanda battle as well behind.
James
Baldwin.
Holy, like, they are sending it hard on the first lap.
Going by the number 2 cars, and number 2 Felix Rosenqvist going backwards. That was 63 AMG.
Where are we?
Petronas.
P12 still.
AMG teams,
We just need to survive the first couple of laps, really.
Max Verstappen starting to stretch his legs out front. Lauren Heinrich in 2nd. And Maurice Schuring in the 2nd of the Porsches. He is in 3rd spot at the moment. Sami Matti-Trogan was up to 4th at the end of the 1st sector for AMG Team Williams. And the 2nd of those silver AMG cars, the Team Petronas car, in 5th now. As Felix Rosenqvist, who started 3rd, don't forget, in car number 1 for Redline, drops car number 2 for Redline, rather, drops down the order.
It looks like we might have a team in trouble already as well, sadly. The LOR JMX Phantom team have not come through the 1st sector, so I don't know what's going on with those guys, but unfortunately the 889 car might be having a little bit of trouble. But where we can see the AMG Team Petronas car, James
the live timing is working on our end, but we may have a different version, I don't know.
As well, doing a great job in the early stages, and he's trying to go after that AMG Williams, Ben.
That's an amazing lineup as well, isn't it? James Baldwin, Graham Carroll, Bono Huis, all 3 drivers that we know so well in the world of esports racing. Baldwin also fantastic in the real world now. He is actually a pro driver, that's why he's starting here. And the 4th member of that team, Danny Ucadella, incredible on the sim as well as the real world. And he'll be hoping not to downshift too quickly this year. Let's see what happens between P1 Esports and Simsa. Simsa's have actually had a really, really solid season moving their way forward. Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports, one of the teams looking for the championship. You can see here as well.
Yes, we have 2 cars in. Yeah. I'm running with the number 444, currently being in P14, I think.
The only exception to that is Satellite Racing, who are on the mediums, but they do also have courtesy of only bringing 1 pro driver to the
name's Luca. Thank you for your tier 1 subscription and the good luck wishes. Appreciate it.
Now,
very much appreciated.
Not the only team that have a pre-race
Thank you, Julian.
penalty. Late driver
also appreciate it.
Have also forced a couple of other teams to have a
5-second in 1 hour,
pit lane, and again,
roughly.
They will take that as pretty much early as they can. Team Mexico Racing. One of the great things that this has developed is as a shop window for national teams. We've got the team based in Shanghai. We've got Team Mexico. We've got the Malaysian crew as well. Oh, there is contact with the
Arnage and GR
team.
Vector.
Yeah, GR Vector struggling to get through the gravel trap. the pink and white of Team Arnage making contact from behind, and now they're stuck behind the Mexico Racing Team car.
Rocket Sim Sport might be in trouble as well. We did see a car as the field came round to the line, a car going off just before they came round the final corner to take to the start-finish straight. So Rocket Sim Sport, Angus Fender starting the race for them, and it seems...
Oh dear, that is a tongue breaker for me. I'm trying regardless.
In the background as well. There was a big send from one of the R8Gs. That must have been Poulet down the inside.
Can I just call you Simon Shipper? Thank you so much for the follow. And Kimi74 also, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Le Mans Virtual 24. Wow, like, we're 6 minutes into a 24-hour race, 1,440 minutes of racing, and the guys are going to send it left, right and centre. Wow.
So that was a change on that last lap, and you can see that Gordy Much is trying to get back in front. The green and gold, the Australian colours.
Jonny has sadly dropped a couple of spots.
Very much an Australian family operation.
Yeah, the thing's like people are sending it.
Just ahead of Team 4.
Yeah, I hope that they are putting some good competitions out into the rFactor 2 competition system indeed. So after I've survived the start here, back to the office. And we are looking for some things.
Starting to close back in on the race leader.
Going to speculate that Rocket Sim Sport with Angus Fender, the number 22 machine, had an issue from the outset. They were 3 seconds slower in the first sector of the lap, another 3 seconds slower in the second sector of that first lap, and then ended up visiting the pits at the end of the lap. They've stayed in the pits for the moment, so maybe that is an issue with Angus, and they've got no other drivers ready to get him into the car.
Well, they did also have drama on the very first lap back in Sebring, the last round of last year, before previous round of this championship, where they had an issue into the first corner. I think it was even before the start of the race, because they got driven into, and then they had no rear wing. Could have been something similar, a tricky start here as well.
Can I just say, by the way, where else are you going to get this? We've got two-time Formula One champion versus 2 drivers who race in the Porsche Super Cup versus an Asian Le Mans Series champion versus world's fastest gamer versus IndyCar driver in the top 6. And we've just had a change. AMG Team Williams and AMG Team Petronas fighting away with each other. That is the battle on your screen. Now we're going to go to Proton versus the ProDrive Fire team, the Aston Martin in the purple-coloured car there, the purple and black liveried car going through, and that's going to be
Fabi95, we're running in.
Is on fire in the early stage.
Bear with me. Yeah, we're running in the number 444.
A little too early for.
I meant it.
Yeah, Lassie Sorensen very quick in qualifying. In the end, it didn't quite work out for them in Superpole, in Hyperpole, but yeah, he moves up to 2nd place and only 1 second behind Alex Smolyar, the race leader in the GTE class. So again, look at this. Slipstream so important in these LMP2 cars, Lewis, because they're all exactly the same car. They've got the same engine, they've got the same aerodynamic kit, they've got the same tyres, and so the slipstream is a very big factor in this race.
Yeah, big time, especially on the Mulsanne when you get working like that. That was Johnny Edgar pushing Sandy Mitchell up past, both positions past on the Pescarello car, which is being driven by Einborg at the moment. So both of them pushing their way through. And that's the kind of thing, is that if you kind of like work too hard on like fighting everyone else, you will end up losing time. You need to find your dancing partner and work with them on the mountain, especially in the first 40 minutes, in the first hour and a bit, whilst you're going through those first couple of stints, because otherwise moves like this happen. Einborg straight back down the inside of Edgar.
Big dive bomb, and it's a little bit like
who was that?
It's a little bit like NASCAR racing on a super speedway. Is that if you get out of the draft, suddenly whoosh, you're going backwards in a big hurry. Small capacity motorcycle racing or cycling, the draft is just the same. And you can pick up a side toe as well as from behind. And you can see there down into Mulsanne corner, being pretty robust on the inside line, has worked out there.
Yeah, it was the Romanian of Cascatel that was dropping back. Ollie Coldwell's the next one behind.
That was Wiltshire Gertha, I think, making up a place.
Early issues for Oracle Red Bull Racing as well. The 99 machine of Casper Siversen into the pits, back out on circuit now, just 32 seconds in pit lane, but that has put them right to the
drive-through. It's that drive-through penalty. They've got a drive-through for late driver change, as does the number 5 Williams, the 53 AMG Williams esports car as well. Those three with drive-through penalties, and of course that 6-minute stop and hold that we were saying about.
So clearing that out the way early. Casper Stevenson, you'll recognise him from racing in the GT World Challenge. I think many of you will recognise who that man is. Max Verstappen leading by just over a second so far. However, the fastest car on track in terms of lap times is the one behind. Lauren Heinrich has set the fastest lap of the race so far, but only by about 300ths of a second. Let's go a little bit further to the pack, Martin. It's all kicking off in the midfield there.
You know, honestly, if you're in your sim rig and you are in this battle, you're probably the only one that actually knows what's going on. And even then, it's just, am I going to get by him, or what am I watching?
I'm going to go for the practice server.
As pack racing goes.
This is
something we've got to
I'll be right back.
That's one of the, again, that's the 53 AMG Williams. They're going in for their drive-through. 32 seconds is the time, that's the pit lane delta. So that's a straightforward drive through the pits.
We saw the 37, that's one of 4 wildcards for this race as well. Formula 2 driver Ollie Caldwell in for the start for them. So we've got 4 of those in the LMP, 1 in GTE as well, as we see the Williams car taking their drive-through.
In fact, 2 drive-throughs, because Will Tregurtha in the number 5 Williams esports car has gone in, and so has the 53 AMG Team Williams esports, because that's not confusing at all, of Sammy Matty Trogan. So they've both taken their penalties. The 6-minute stop and hold, what are we on? We're on lap 3 now. You wonder when they're going to do it. The longer you put it off, the harder it's going to be, because you can't combine it with a fuel stop.
But the thing is, with the 6-minute stop and hold, is that because we had this issue obviously with a couple of teams last year, you're effectively thrown out of the race. Now I think it was the Oracle Rebel Racing esports team that came back to finish inside the top 10 of the GTE category last year. Meanwhile, James Baldwin doesn't want to hear me waffle on anymore, because he's looking for a podium position as he's going to try and get past Schuring, that number 23 Porsche. What we can say for this race realistically is the second of the Porsches, but still there is the move from Baldwin.
Hey, listen, it's not always the lead car that wins in multi-team lineups. In fact, as often as not, you know, trouble will come your way wherever you are and however well rated you are. Yeah, you think about one of the last Porsche race wins at Le Mans, it was the part-time drivers that took victory, not all the big stars. The last time Peugeot won Le Mans, it was the non-French crew that won Le Mans. So here we go again. This is Job van Uyten once more. This is Gordy Much actually being attacked by Ford Zilla. Yeah, so Gordy Much in the Brabham. There's something about the balance of that car. They have not got the pace early on that their rivals have.
Yeah, he might have to deal with Lapp and his real-world teammate soon enough in this race.
So we're about to hit the warm-up booth.
Champion with Jimmy Broadbent, who's also in the race this year, being passed by British F4 racer Georgi Dimitrov there.
So, and if you guys appreciate the running, if you guys appreciate the stream, please have a follow up on Twitch, have a subscription on the YouTube channel. We are roughly in 1 hour going to jump into the car.
Just to show how competitive this field is, as Ben, we've got another battle here a little bit further back.
So much sorting out still to do, isn't there, between all the different teams and drivers, as different qualifying drivers to the cars being started by, having to be started by the pro drivers. So that's why we're seeing so much shaking out right now. And one of our 2 Alpine machines.
No, that's the Graf car, the Graf by ATRS. That's Caraculas. Seb Prié obviously getting through. That is our Le Mans Virtual Cup car, which obviously had the Montoyas in it, Juan Pablo and Sebastian Montoya. We've got rid of one Sebastian, we've got a different Sebastian in, and brought his dad along.
Got rid of is a little harsh.
But obviously then with our 2 from the Le Mans Virtual Cup, that is SF Velas making a move.
Yeah, the Scuderia Ferrari team there making a move. SF Esports, Ollie Bierman in the car for them, someone else who's going to race Formula 2 this season.
So he's up to 12.
Making decent progress.
The start is not overly important, I'd say, to be honest. It's more like that you're feeling comfortable getting into the groove and the rhythm.
Again, closing down the margin to the leader. So the 1-2 in GT, very close indeed.
Right, I want to have at least the timing
Tauscher,
on...
and then Rudy Van Buren in fifth spot in the BMW Team Redline 71 BMW. Now, they don't need to panic. They just need to survive this race and get to, you know, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, and make sure they are still in a healthy position.
So I need this back, I need this back, I need this back, I need this back, I need that back.
And I would say, because the
this,
thing with that number 71 BMW Team Redline car,
where is the timing?
The only lineup that is fully unchanged versus the 2022 iteration of the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual. Correct. Which, I mean, again, consistency, knowledge, and understanding between the team. The BMW might not be the fastest around here over one lap. It was a great qualifying lap time yesterday by Kevin Tiki to get up into second position in that number 71 car. But for BMW Team Redline, they're keeping up with the people that's important to them. The 77,
Lewis, have a breathe while talking.
Feel, knowing them, knowing BMW Team Redline, we've spoken about how many laps you can get out of a stint.
Jasper, I do an early morning stint.
15, but you could save quite a lot and maybe get to 16. I guarantee later on in that race, that car is going to start doing some 16-lap stints.
Well, since they don't need to win to be champions,
maybe
that won't even happen later on in the race. Maybe they will look at starting to try and, you know, soft shoe their way around right from the beginning and win by not being the fastest in every stint, but by going further on the fuel.
Colapinto.
Nice dive on the inside from Franco Colapinto. So again, the Brabham car loses another spot.
I have questions.
They were a little bit further up, weren't they? They were on row 6 of the grid. They qualified in 12th, Brabham Esports, and they are now down
in 11.
No, actually they're in 11. So
they made a very good start. They got to P8 on the first lap,
and
they've just dropped back since.
But
I think
Franco is doing
2 seconds
blistering
on the last
through
lap.
the grid.
Colapinto, one of the quickest drivers within that top 10 actually, so I expect some more places to be made by him.
And all the cars in the category, starting with a pro racing driver rather than a pro sim racer on board. I'm not sure whether it was, if it wasn't
quickly
mandatory, would you still have been able to have told Max Verstappen he wasn't starting them? I'm not sure that would have worked entirely well for you.
He didn't start last round.
He hasn't started. He hasn't started.
Yeah, but the last time wasn't Le Mans.
That's true. That is true. I mean, he did obviously start back in 2022 as well. I mean, he's a determined character behind the wheel. And, you know, there was that thing that went out in the Washington Post about how much he was determined in this race to not only meet the checkered flag this time, but to do it in one position ahead of everyone else. And I mean, every racing driver wants to do that. Of course they do. But when Max Verstappen's determined, I'd be a little bit concerned if I'm on the grid.
And Ben, this is one of the joys of the virtual Le Mans 24 Hours, is that I don't think I've ever been, I've been to a few, to a Le Mans 24 Hours where you've had the reigning Formula One world champion in a front in a car of any kind.
Exactly.
I think we're going back to when your dad was our age and he was or your age in the 70s, when if you were a Graham Hill or a Jackie Ickx or a Derek Bell, you raced for Ferrari or whoever in everything. You did F1, but especially you did Le Mans. I think we're going back, 50 years since we had. And even then, did you have a reigning Formula One world champion
that's one for the guys out there on Twitterland. When was the last time an F1 world champion raced at Le Mans? Yeah, okay, we're slightly cheating because it's the virtual Le Mans, but still, it's pretty cool.
Because it's doable.
Yeah.
Because it's doable, because it's not taking 6 months out of his life practicing and training and so on and so on. He can do it and fit it around his real life, which is trying to become a triple Formula One world champion. So it's
what we did see last year.
Thank you so much for the follow over there. Much appreciated.
World champion participate in Le Mans virtual.
Actually, we didn't
so we're doing a warm-up.
No, that's true. So
we're going to be in the car soon.
See that one?
Can we just say Fordzilla doing a fantastic job? They started P16, and we just saw the move there from Georgi Dimitrov, which has put them into P8 now. And 326 flat last time round. Apart from the top three, Georgi Dimitrov is doing a great job. Of course, races in British F4, but great in the esports world as well.
I've commentated on quite a bit in the esports world over the last few weeks. He's been really putting some time in.
And look at this little battle for third place. These are the two Proton Coanda, two of the four Coanda Porsches. This is Proton Coanda, so this is the GT team, reflecting the fact that Porsche's main agency in the World Endurance Championship in GTE is the Proton team. They run in the GTE AM category. Ooh. And again, back with lots of battles.
That's Graf.
That is Graf. And Graf picked up another spot, haven't they? That's just a change of spot?
It's still where Karakulas was ahead of Seb Prio. It's just that Bowers has joined the fight for GRE Sports as well. Ooh. So it's going to be a bit of a spicy one.
Got the toe coming out of Mulsanne corner. Through the Dumbreck kink. No, it's actually called the Dumbreck kink.
I was going to say, is that official?
No, it's not official. It's not official. Past Dumbreck's clearing and Seb Prio getting eased onto the grass. Now, for Seb and for Father Andy, and actually, I wonder if that's intentional or just coincidental that last year, our Le Mans Virtual Cup team, the pro drivers were a father and son. Now we've got a father and son again. If they've sort of established that as a trend, any other father-son...
Hello, Louisa.
Thank you. Want to put their names in the hat for next year. I know Martin can still pedal a real
Much
car,
appreciated.
a historic car, but I'm not sure what he's like on the sim rig. He might say, "Oh, I'll leave that to the kids."
We'll have to see what Andy Prio is like as well a bit later on. But no, I kind of think you have to get a son.
Jerome, you're going to see. Don't worry.
Sebastian Montoya.
Okay,
for the moment,
I know another father and son.
we're just going to do a warm-up a bit.
From Le Mans, okay? Come on, you guys, come up with it.
No idea.
Bourdais.
Or you mean you guys rather want to see me warming up rather than seeing the actual race?
If his dad's even sat in a sim rig, but
is that what you're saying?
We'll have to make it stick for the Le Mans Virtual Cup.
Have a quick vote. Rather want to see me drive and warm up, or rather want to watch the race instead for the time being?
AMG Petronas in third place. Yeah, James Baldwin is closing in a little bit on the lead. It's just back 3.5 seconds from the front of the field as we cross back to Alex Smolyar, and Smolyar in that Ferrari. That's the 1-2 in GT. Look at where
Björn, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to give out the live timing link, so...
8 seconds back already.
Yeah, the Pro Drive Fira car obviously closing in. It is on Fira.
Well, if everyone got the second monitor, more votes. We need more votes.
It's really tricky. But I've got to say, after, again, speaking about Risto Capit on that post-race at Monza when they took that victory in the Triple Eight, they speak so highly of Alexander Smolyar, and I know why, because his ability in the sim racing, I've said before about some events that I've done.
That's nice. Daughter and father disagreeing. Let's go.
He's incredibly fast on rFactor 2 and brutally consistent. It's like, yes, sure, a lot of you will know him from the junior category, you know, from Formula 2, Formula 3. Like, Formula 3, yeah. Sure, great. But in sim racing, he is the real deal as well. And it's very, very impressive. And Lasse Sorensen, who's got a lot of experience in sim racing, over 10 years, is closing him down.
He had a great season, took the win out in Hungary in Formula 3 as well from pole. Did a really good job, but as you said, has kept himself very busy since that season finished in September. With the Le Mans Virtual Series when we kicked off.
Also, just quickly confirm it's Jonny a double than me, right?
A little bit here now, isn't he? 7.5 tenths is now the gap, and I'm going to monitor that gap between Baldwin and Heinrich in the.
I mean, what? Yeah.
Is also coming down, but this is one that's starting to merge.
I'm loving the different views we're getting of all these sim rig setups. You know, Alex was at AMG Mercedes earlier on. It's like big and fancy and lots of groovy lighting and everything. But for fans watching at home, you'll see that so many of these really top professional sim racers who are being paid to do this as their living.
NFA, copy.
Their rig's in a spare bedroom.
Yeah, I saw that bump draft happening, but it's not like what option we had. Like, we could have made it 3 wide.
It wasn't a crash. He's having a connection problem there. Is Colapinto.
Anyway, since you guys are rather
appearing and disappearing, so.
Now we have audio on the mic, I guess. I think the mic audio of that one is only in the watch party frame, so that's good to know. of course I missed the chicken twice. Duncan underrated, thank you for the follow. Welcome to our personal warm-up for the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual. We're about to take over the car. It's just a couple of minutes warm up for us anyway. 3-4 laps. Correct. Kelly Houston, thank you for your subscription, and McCann, thank you so much for the follow here on our YouTube and Twitch channels. Appreciate it. Welcome to our short warm-up session for the 24 hours. One more virtual. We're about to get into the car in roughly 30 minutes. Goza, I'm driving for the number 444 next to you, Van Waldburst LMP2 car. Is a forklift. So guys, we're going to be live for the entire 24 hours of Le Mans on YouTube. We're going to split the stream into 3 parts. But for the rest of the channels, we're probably going to be 24 hours live. And beyond that, of course, we're going to do some night driving warm-ups in between. So most of the time having a watch party, of course. When we are driving, obviously, then you guys get the exclusive on board. I'm mega tired of having bots. Goza, yep, we're driving with Jonny Edgar. Jonny Edgar currently in the car, gonna take over from him then. This stupid forklift. It's all about being stable on the braking. Close. Yep, Sharon, already a pit stop for our car. Crowd Surfer, thank you so much for your follow on Twitch. Appreciate it. Andre, we're about to get into the car in 25 minutes. We'll have a couple of stints over the 24 hours, all across the day and the night. Well, one in the early morning, nothing through the European night. Got a bit lucky with the schedule there, arguably. Much better than before. Bouncing a bit too much over the curb. Finally, the first good 3 and 4. Can immediately see it on the Delta. Rack limits. If Right, we're about to get ready for the car. So back to the watch party.
Who managed to get them on over, and I think that would have bitten them a little bit hard, as they would have been determined to meet that fuel mileage. They struggled a little bit in the first round of the LMPs, where they were just finding their feet back in Bahrain, but wow, have they found their feet within that LMP category. And like you say, the lap time from Rogers yesterday was incredible, and again, having a few chats with various people from the LMP community, drivers and team managers being like, I mean, yeah, baffling a lap time.
So guys, Jonny is back out on the road.
In the race. I wouldn't necessarily
I will
too much
park the car real quick.
Might
Might do a couple more laps in a moment. Stay tuned.
These are the first,
anyway, guys, if you appreciate the running, though, if you appreciate the stream, please have a follow. Guys, we need one more subscriber for 7,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel. Let's go. People on Twitch, exclamation mark sub into the chat. And then, there you go. Just click the link, hit the subscribe button on the YouTube channel, make it grow.
I don't think it'll be really.
Give us the support.
More important stint here. The second stint, they're on the same tyres. There's no tyre switches for them on this stint. They can obviously change them, but they won't.
That would be massive.
There'll be mediums, doubles at the start of the race. This is the really.
So I need to fix the audio real quick. Matt, thank you so much for your follow on the Twitch channel. Appreciate it.
I know this is SF Esports and Gustav Grimberger's the Simsa Esports car with the gold
while fixing the shoes.
And this is the battle for 10th place now.
Yeah, double mic. I have killed one mic again, so it should be better.
The only Lithuanian driver in the field.
You guys may need to remind me throughout the race that I need to talk on the right mic.
More drivers in the race than any other nationality, and that's often the case as well. Apart from French drivers potentially in the real Le Mans 24 hours.
So guys, again, thank you for your time, thanks for the support. Again, one more subscriber on the YouTube channel would be massively appreciated.
Particularly are putting that under real threat, because that is a phenomenal crowd.
Right.
But as all the pit stops cycle through, with Lauren Heinrich now back out of the pits in the number 20 Porsche, then the two co-anda cars will return back to their position just outside the top three. So the LMP cars have made the first of a number of pit stops that they will have to make, and we're waiting for the GT cars. GT cars will do just under an hour, sort of 55 to 58 minutes, depending on how many laps they can run. And again, because of that extra fuel burn on the formation lap,
so quickly checking with the strat department for my run.
Short, but an entire lap short. So I'm sure we will see them coming in just a lap or so earlier than expected. And the GTE stint, 14. Probably even I could make 14 laps. 15 laps with a little bit of driving with your slippers on. 16 laps, slippers and fluffy socks to try and nurse as much fuel out of the car as you can.
That Haven guy.
As much as it sounds crazy, they're very good at driving with slippers on and the fluffy socks as well. It's one thing that's an imperative part of the world of esports. We see it in motorsport a lot, and we'll see it in sim racing a lot, that it is absolutely crucial to be able to extend that fuel mileage out and not lose time. And there are ways that you can save fuel without losing time, because you're going smooth, and smooth is fast.
Well, Gustav Grimbergas is also doing another one of those things, which is catch up to somebody.
Adrian Shipqui, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated.
But you have long straights here that bring
guys, one more YouTube sub. We're looking forward.
But what it does do is, when you're in somebody else's tow, it means your engine works a little bit less hard. And the less hard it's breathing, like a
Chaza B, thank you for the follow. Really much appreciated, everyone.
If you're in the tow
right, 15 minutes till we're in the car.
It makes you quicker for the same amount of energy burned. It makes them slower for the same amount of energy burned. That's how the slipstream works. It accelerates the car behind and slows down the car in front. So you're making him burn.
How many laps for Jonny to go?
Save. There in the inside. There
we go.
Look at that.
All the drivers you could possibly dream of. I don't even want to start speaking of where we can see obviously a little bit from inside Mercedes in there. We can see inside the Porsche Co-anda facility as well. You can see James Baldwin behind the wheel, and he is firing on all cylinders, trying to get himself back up involved in the mix.
Yeah, definitely. And once everything settles down, of course, after the first round of pit stops, I mean, the strategy to this stage is very straightforward. Everybody knows they have to double
Beast
stint a medium
Menji,
tyre
thank
on the
you
LMV
very
car.
much for the follow indeed. Welcome to
Massive degradation
our
right
Twitch
at the
stream.
end of the
Welcome to
stint.
the 24 hours
Unless your
of Le
balance
Mans
isn't great and you
virtual.
leather the rear tyres, and then you're going to be in trouble. There is James Baldwin looking down on the AMG Team Petronas eSport car in third place, 4.7 seconds behind the race leader, and 0.6 seconds behind Max Verstappen. There's James Baldwin at the bottom.
Yeah.
There is Max Verstappen at the top, because Max has not come back out into the race lead. The race lead, and I don't know how they've done it, Lauren Heinrich and Porsche Coanda have fumbled their way 4 seconds ahead of Verstappen in the red line car.
I think I do know. So the
How did
the
that
pit lane
happen?
time for Verstappen was a 1 minute 10.4, and the pit lane time for the number.
Oh, they had to reverse in the pits.
7 point,
Oh,
for
what?
the number 20. Sorry, was a 1 minute 6.8. So gained that 5 seconds.
All right, guys, we're still lacking one subscriber on the YouTube channel. I would appreciate your support on that so much. Hit the exclamation mark sub chat in the chat with the link. Have a click agree, and then you are subscribed to the YouTube channel, bringing us to 7,000 overall subscribers. That would be a massive start to the race. Banky Sop, thank you for the follow, much appreciated.
So it was the number 20 did the 66 seconds roughly. Verstappen did 70. Now the reason why is, I think it's because the pit lane, when we saw him in the pit lane, it was really busy, and I don't think he was able to get out of his box cleanly, and that has cost him the lead now.
And it's,
they know it won't be a major.
into and out of as well.
Absolutely.
Because
into they would have been fine because they would have been leading.
Yeah.
But out of, everyone's come around them.
Yeah.
And so obviously the car ahead's pulled in like and come straight across them, so they're struggling to get out.
Yeah. It only works. Yeah.
The social media game needs to be played a bit. We are looking.
In this stage, yes, you're right. So it would have been getting out of the pit lane, and I'm sure that was very frustrating for them. And you and I had a conversation about this, and I was saying, you know, where you've got a multi-car team in the first stint, and this is just, you know, without any practical experience to back it up, I would have thought coming in 2 laps short of 10 might have been a really good move, because then your fuel stop is also a little bit shorter because you're not topping, you're only topping up the tank, it's not completely empty, so you don't actually spend any more time in the pit lane now, but you have the potential to lose less time being stuck behind other cars. Even the race leader, the very first car on track, can have that potential to get stuck behind other cars, and it doesn't, you know, later in the race, it doesn't even have to be a prototype. It was in the first stint because none of the GTs have stopped, but later in the race could be anything. Well, there is
that the Peugeot?
The 93 car in the garage. That is really bad news for Peugeot Esports.
Could we have another retirement here? Because
we've
obviously
Malte
had
Jakobsen started that car.
We've had Rocket Simsport obviously out. We've had the Mexico racing team back in pit lane. Obviously, Legion Racers and the JMX Phantom squad, they never really started this race. And it does seem as though Peugeot might be having a couple of problems as well.
Well, they're not shown as being in the pits either, or on the timing screen, although clearly the screen shows they are. Whoa! Big moment there for Gustav Grimbergus. Just got a little bit too much of that sausage curb on the inside. In real life, that would have probably put him head on into the wall that guards the grandstands, but here in the game, you can just about get away with that. With, takeoff and landing, not quite the straight line that he was hoping for.
Did also just see that there was a drive-through penalty dished out to the Panis racing team for an unsafe release in the pit lane. I did just get a message from Redline saying that Max was definitely blocked in the pit lane. He had to reverse and lost quite a bit. We have been told that the Peugeot Esports, it was just a disconnection which they can rejoin from. They will lose a lot of time, and they won't actually be, how it works in rFactor 2, it is awkward, yes, but you the lap that you've disconnected on, you're effectively still on, which means you have to go, even if you're in the Porsche curves, you have to then go out of the pit lane, drive all the way around, and then complete that lap time, which means you won't actually start getting timed until you have completed effectively an out lap to then get back involved in the race. It is brutal, but that is how it works, and hopefully we'll see them back out on the track and at least trying to get their way to the end of the race.
Well, the virtual marker of doom has already struck twice.
Mary, we are running with the number 444.
LOR JMX Phantom.
Next few Funwall burst car, and we're just about to get ready to jump in.
On your pools check, 889.
So
scratch them. So that Indonesian lineup, Indonesian Thai lineup.
Yes, Mary, I get into the car next stint.
Rocket Sim Sports did make it.
So. And if you guys don't want to miss out any more action out of this race, please have a follow on Twitch, subscribe to the YouTube channel so you receive more notifications when we're going to be live again in the race. I'm currently preparing for jumping into the car. Mic off, right? No, mic on. I lost my mind already.
And is still shown as
could be a sizable repair.
Yeah,
that's the main thing. It
now, yeah, there you go. They have just left the pits.
I was wondering if the marker of doom was going to start heading that way. That was the one where I was like, maybe then. Also, I believe Jakobsen rejoined the game and is about to leave the pit lane.
Yeah, he is now shown
well.
as in the pit lane on the timing and scoring, which means he's reconnected. But they are now a lap down, so it's going to be a long 24 hours for Peugeot Esports.
They probably will end up being closer to 2 because, like I said before, it will not start counting them until they've
got to complete an out lap before they complete their lap that they didn't complete. Yeah. So Peugeot are in the game, and he is back out on track. But Alex Smoljar and Lasse Sorensen continue to battle for the lead here. Half a second in it. Lasse Sorensen with that ProDrive Fire Aston Martin, still the fastest man in the class in the race so far. But Alex Smoljar from pole position stays ahead. And these two, nose to tail, are racing away from the rest of the field. Through go a couple of LMP cars, but these guys were 5 seconds ahead of the Proton Coanda battle, 88 and 77 for third. They are now 12 seconds ahead. They are dropping the Porsches, who are battling for third, or who are chasing each other around for third, by a second a lap every lap.
It's incredible. It is absolutely incredible what they are, what they're putting on right now. Of course, there could be fuel mileage gains. We'll find out a little bit more as to how much they're burning at the moment. And of course, your pro driver might not be, as fast for some teams as your sim drivers. We'll see how that one switches around. But regardless, you've got to deal with the position that you're in. I mean, I'll say that, but Jeff Giassi, this is not me trying to dish on Tauscher, by the way, but Jeff Giassi and Phil Denez are incredibly fast on the sim. We know how fast Giassi is.
And Giassi is fourth, so the second of those two Proton Coanda cars behind Alex Tauscher. So I think probably the two of them, having lost the gap to the lead group, like you would do on a Tour de France stage, you then start to work together and you tow each other and you slipstream each other, and they may well already be trying to stretch their stint out to the full 16 laps. So we will see how that transpires at the end of the first stint, and then every one of the remaining.
Thank you, Jerome. Much appreciated. 7,000 subscribers. What a goal.
To get through this. Well, here again, we're looking.
I will leave the Discord now to be only available from TeamSpeak.
LMP category. And that is the AMG Petronas car in third place, is it? James Baldwin with
Understood.
Team Fordzilla right behind. So Fordzilla, is that them up to fourth place from 16th on the grid?
It's been an incredible
that's phenomenal progress.
Incredible stuff from Dimmadov. Let's see how the 53 made a little bit of progress on the 37 Alpine. So that is the AMG Williams Esports straight down the inside. And also, that was live. Oh, it wasn't okay. It wasn't really.
Sami Matichogan, bouncing the Alpine.
So guys, we're about to get into the car.
And that was arrive and drive and go straight on by, wasn't it? I mean, there was no messing at all there. Sami Matichogan just leaving the Alpine, trailing in its way. Of course, Alpine racing here in esports, they've been racing in the World Endurance Championship and the real Le Mans 24 Hours for the last couple of seasons in the hypercar class, with a grandfathered in LMP2 car, which itself was derived, LMP1 car, which itself was derived from an LMP2 Orica like these. And they're in a holding pattern this year. Philippe Signot and his team, Senior Tech, that run the Alpine program in endurance racing, will drop back to LMP2 from whence they came before Alpine's hypercar arrives. So that is going to be a huge step as well, and that is due in 2024. Alpine, of course, former winners, Renault Alpine, former winners of Le Mans 24 Hours in the 70s with turbocharged racers. So great to see them coming back, and they will then, of course, be represented in Formula One and in the World Endurance Championship. And I wonder if we're going to see some of their Formula One hot shoe stars being pressed into endurance racing in the real world as well.
Panis have returned to the pit lane. I'm not 100% sure why.
Yeah.
I will let you know what the length of their time is, because this is oddly early. They might have pitted quite early. I guess they are pitting quite frequently in the LMP category. No, it wasn't a drive. Oh, it was a drive-through. Of course it was.
Yes.
It was a drive-through we said about for the unsafe release. Yeah. I am awake. But what I was going to say, though, when it comes to something, because we were talking about the 966, of course, Ford Diller, that have made up a lot of progress. Yeah. That came from them making a stop a lap earlier than even Max Verstappen. They pitted on lap 8 versus 9s and 10s, which others pitted on. And I think that I know obviously you're coming out on a heavy car, but you've got clean air. You've got that time to go. You don't lose the time in the pit lane. Their pit stop also was shorter, as we were saying. It was only 1 minute and 4 seconds in total time in pit lane versus the 1 minute and 6 or 1 minute and almost 10 for others.
Yeah. So again, at this stage in the race, no deficit to going in and stopping a lap early, and actually they gain track position out of it, and they've still got this. Again, when you come out fully laden, you've got 2 laps fewer. And again, on the Grand Prix circuit, 2 laps is a slight significance. Here, instead of being 5 kilometres, it's 13.5 kilometres. Yeah. That's a significant amount of tyre wear. Of course, you know, in your normal life, where you expect your tyres to do 40,000 miles before you change them, you know, another couple of laps, 26 kilometres is neither here nor there. But these aren't real-world tyres. These are real-world racing tyres, and they are specifically designed
so,
to,
how many laps can the LMP do with 1 tank? Well, it depends on your driving, I guess.
And then get thrown onto the scrappy, just like you and
but
me, really.
can be anything between single digit and double digits.
Right in the bin. But no,
well, virtual or real, I mean, a 24-hour race does not come easy. And actually, for us doing TV commentary, it comes very easy, because we're not rehearsing for 6 months of the year or 9 months of the year or 12 months of the year like the real world and virtual world teams are.
Or even spending weeks and weeks and weeks, or probably less, at least a good week, making sure that everything in this studio is pieced together, that everyone is in the right place months in advance, making sure that we've got the right this, the right that. Well, we just show up, sit down and talk. We have the easy job here.
Yeah, but this is just rehearsal. We'll be all right when this thing goes live. So Lauren Heinrich, the race leader for Porsche Coanda from Max Verstappen, and Jamie Baldwin right behind him. And look at the top speeds between the 2 cars. Not much in it. But watch the body language of the 2 cars. Verstappen's car looking more controlled at the back. Baldwin's got a lot more oversteer going on. So the fact that he's sticking right with Max is actually quite impressive. And again here, battle for the lead. Is it a battle? Is Lasse Sorensen, having caught Alex Smolyar, is he actually doing anything other than sitting right there? I know, you know, even just sitting right there takes enough out of you and a huge amount of focus, but
please tell me when it's free to go.
The moment I say that, he actually looks down the inside, just shows his nose a little on the run to
we are clicking the links.
Whether that's to get just a sighting line for exactly where he is on the track or not, I'm not sure, but either way, right now, I don't think he's feeling the need to try and make a move.
I agree. I think if there was a requirement to have made a move at some point as the Graf ATRS car comes through, if there was a requirement for Lasse Sorensen to have gone for a move, I think he would have tried something a bit more drastic. I think he is more than happy to sit there. I think he might try and get through to take the lead before they go into the pit lane, because I suspect these 2 will pit fairly soon. What lap are we on for? Because I think we might be seeing them in
these guys
not
are
this lap, but
on
next
lap 14. So
maybe this lap actually. Depends how much it's been burning.
Well, plus of course it's 14 of the race. It's actually their 15th lap. Although they don't use a full lap's worth of fuel on the formation lap, maybe half a lap. There's no point having half a lap's worth of fuel as you go past the start-finish line, because that only gets you this just in halfway round the lap. Now, Lasse Sorensen drops in.
Smalley are not though.
But okay, so let's say that ProDrive Firer could easily do 15, but they're going in early while the pit lane is
empty. And as I said before, I'm having a bit of a chat with them. Through the day, undercut is the talk of the town. And I think that's where we're headed.
We've also seen the undercut working for the 20 Porsche Commander car.
Yeah.
Less time in the pits, coming out faster. And of course, there's a lot of race to play out the fact that you owe, quote, the opposition 1 lap on fuel.
Yeah.
You know, in 23 hours, if you need an extra lap on fuel, you'll have to work out how to do it. But you've got 23 hours to creep somehow in the middle of the night stint to creep 1 extra lap in. And if you can do that, then suddenly all bets are off and you've got that track advantage. Now, Smolyar didn't go in. Rudy Van Buren hasn't gone in the 71 BMW Team Redline car. The Sim Maranello and Simsa Sport Ferrari, that battle that we saw that was like 10th-ish, they haven't gone in either, but in have gone
pretty much everyone else.
Yeah, and both Proton Commander cars. Now, that's a disappointment for me because they have had to stop together. They didn't stagger it, one in and then the other one in. The 2 Proton Commander Porsches that were 3rd and 4th, and there they are, they've had to stop. So even slipstreaming each other and dropping a second a lap to the lead pair, they couldn't find a lap on fuel.
I'd be concerned if I was in that Proton Commander car right now, being like, maybe this ain't it.
We're not fast enough, and we're not parsimonious enough. If you can't win it on speed and you can't win it on fuel, how are you going to win it?
But let's be real.
There's more than another hour left.
Yes. And there is that, and also, you know, we've not really spoken about it too much. It was lightly hinted at earlier on. This is another 23 hours left to go, and let's be honest, we're in the virtual, yes, but the virtual, you know, French countryside where it does typically get a little bit wet.
In the famous words of Racing 24, it always rains at Le Mans. It does almost inevitably rain at Le Mans. Some years, oh my goodness, call Noah.
Oh yeah, no, I remember.
Some years, barely even a drop of moisture, but I mean, it is the summer. It's the summer in the middle of the centre of northwest France. But, you know, the Atlantic is still only an hour away as the crow flies. So, yes, weather is a fact. And we know that the forecast says there may well be rain this afternoon. What rain does, though, is it rolls the dice. It spins the lottery wheel. It's not always your friend.
Yeah.
You can't rely on rain being your friend. If it sets in for a long time, and ask Henri Pescarolo about this.
No riding on board with you.
If you have got the feel and not the fear, you can make a big difference. You can make an enormous difference. And some of the legendary Le Mans wins have been in the most appalling weather, where back-braking and opposition-braking stints have been put in. But we don't know that it's going to be
Could you repeat that, please?
Or be for that long. It looks like there could be showers in the afternoon.
Yes,
and there
okay,
could
perfect.
be showers tomorrow morning as well. The teams will be updated. They've had a 6-hour forecast before the race began, so that will take us from 1400 to 14 plus 6, 2000, 8 p.m. Central European time.
Yes.
And then they will have been given pretty much at the start of the race what the forecast is going into the night as well for the next 6-hour kind of forecast. So, but again, forecasting is exactly that.
So guys, here we are. On our way to our first stint. Thank you, Ryan. Hirak Q2, thank you. I'm gonna have a look at it later for sure. I heard a couple of blinks, and I appreciate the follows from everyone there on the Twitch channel. Really much appreciated, guys. So, we are taking the car for the first time out. 2 laps to go. Markman, thank you for the follow. 2 laps to go for Jonny. And it's my turn. Oof. Thank you, Steve. We are trying. My water. Remember pit request button if you can. Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember gear? Yeah. Brilliant drive, brilliant job. Yes, Ryan. Yes, yes, it's okay. Yeah. Prove that. Yeah, can be proud of that run. Thank you, Marco. Mm-hmm. Or Krista, thanks for the follow. No, just press escape, it's fine. Enjoy your rest. You can leave the server. At point 3.75. Just for engineer's reference.
Get a feel for conditions and car balance.
Roger that. And I'll mute. Pushing a bit harder on the outlap to get the undercut work. Guys, thank you so much for the follows. Appreciate it. Thank you, Julian. John Rosenquist. Thank you, Timmy. Toby not online, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I'm using an H10 Polar heart rate monitor. And the pulsoider. Yeah, the car is more understeery than expected, to be honest. Track time 49. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Yeah, how to hit traffic in the most inconvenient way, part 1. Privileged because the leaderboard probably got broke. Let's see if that fixes it. Yeah, we have 2 cars in this race, the number 4 and the 444. Franco Colapinto is currently racing with a 4 in P7. 7 or 8 seconds down the road. Timo, thank you very much for the follow. Multiple people disconnecting. Multiple people disconnecting. Potential red flag. Not sure if I counted 3 or 4.
I don't see anything on the live timing. Anyway, just focus on driving.
Yep. Can you stop fucking up corners, man? Cars have rejoined. Maybe there was a connection breakdown at their hospitality.
No, because it's one RAG, one Williams, so...
Okay, just keep me posted on what's happening.
Yeah, I'm afraid it was only one LMP, like AMG Williams car.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Arno on track, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Ever honor, thank you for your follow, welcome. And Legend Randy, thank you so much as well. I need to fix turn 1. Yep, it's the heartbeat near the camera. Jenna Force, thank you for the follow. Enjoy the race. was that not a cut? It's not what I consider a blue flag, but copy. Okay, you're slow. We're racing to Orica 07 Gibson engine, LMP2 car. Thank you, Marco. Appreciate it. Alessio, Sack, and F1JC, thank you for the follows. Welcome. Thank you for joining the stream. Two to go for this one. Car finally became a bit alive on the front. Gingergos PL, thank you for the follow. So, 2 more to box. Guys, I really appreciate your time. Thank you for all the watches. And again, if you appreciate the content, if you appreciate the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual Live, please have a follow on Twitch, subscribe on the YouTube channel. What was that yellow flag for? Yes, 24-hour without timeouts. Obviously, we have more team drivers, so I'm gonna have some breaks. Box this lap.
Copy.
Yeah, roughly a bit more than an hour.
So make sure your stop's set up. No tires full of fuel.
Yep. A-firm. Come on. Box. Cut points 4.5. Understood.
Great stint, man.
Felt a bit slow. But I'm unsure if it's a track on me.
I think our setup is kind of bad in hot conditions. It should be better later.
Copy.
At least I struggle.
Yeah, I'm struggling too a bit. Like, just the front end doesn't have the bite that I'm used to. Well, the night hours will come. Lucian, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. So guys, second stint, here we go. Oh, the car is so heavy and lazy. Treno, thank you for the follow. Yeah guys, also make sure to not only follow up on Twitch, but also subscribe on the YouTube channel. Especially if you're new to sim racing, if you're new to rFactor 2, then on the YouTube channel you will find tutorials all sort of regarding the rFactor 2 simulation. I'm pretty sure you guys will enjoy that. As we enjoying the stints. Gianmarco Fiducci, hello. Well, you're welcome for the moment. I guess Sean Fleet will be right on our rear wing when he comes out of pit road due to the overcut now. F to the GTE. I lost a full second. Sorry for the heart attacks.
He had a run on you by cutting.
Copy. Yeah, but Sean Fleet was faster anyway beforehand, so let's see. I lost so much time in the outlap with that GT in Porsches.
Don't worry. We have better pros than Brabham.
Copy.
Pescarolo penalty. He's ahead.
Arne penalty or Darius penalty?
Darius.
Copy. Did he kill someone? Because you lost 3 seconds.
I can check.
Or he's jumped the chicane hard enough because no lap time.
Ah, okay.
Michi, thank you for the follow, appreciate it.
Alpine had a pen as well.
Where are they? P12, they had a pen?
Yes.
Okay. Fuck off. Fuck! Oh Mann, echt. Nice. Half a second. No reason. For a split second I thought Rose and Chris were sending it. Whew. Breathing space. Five to go.
When should I join the server? 3 to go?
I will notify.
Okay.
Doing a great job here, Michi. Currently P8, only about 20 seconds behind P5.
Copy. Crazy bird, that's actually not what I want, but it's just happening. Track temp 48. Yeah, kinda. Thank you, Crazy Birds. We're about to end it soon. But the stream will not end. So after the stream, we carry on with the watch party of the official broadcast. And then my planned next stream is roughly in 2.5 hours. So note that down, 18:30ish. I'll try to make a Instagram post, maybe. And of course, if you haven't done already, please have a follow on Twitch and subscribe on the YouTube channel. If you're new to sim racing, if you enjoy the program. JP Gaming Portugal and, oh dear, a tongue breaker. Euro Ratovic, thank you so much for your follows on Twitch. Appreciate it. Oh, come on. And I just could have lifted it. Fuck. Three to go.
Okay.
And a full second lost.
Satellite doing you a solid there.
Yeah. Very annoying with the track limit before. It's just really just feels like I'm losing exponentially much more in the traffic compared to other people. I mean, Rosenquist and Becher run into some GTE traffic there as well, but like Schonfleet and Ottaviani are currently just going away and away and away.
They will crash.
Yeah, I'm only taking the risk when necessary, really.
Yeah, overall you're still gaining though, and it seems like other people are having traffic issues in particular points too, so keep going.
Speaking about traffic.
You jinxed yourself. Gonna set a target lap time of a 26.6 here for the end of the stint.
Ich schwöre, ich rasch gleich komplett aus. Four fucking seconds, man. Should have sent it. Thank you for the follows, guys. Appreciate it. They want to have me doing 26.6 for this lap?
If possible, yes.
Trying.
No worries.
Penultimate lap, so Josh can join.
Copy. I'm already passenger with you.
Already. So, fuel, tires, Josh, pit stop set.
Half a second faster than the car ahead through 2 sectors.
Copy.
Actually, the only car faster than you was Rogers, so.
Copy. Here's your 26.6.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Box this lap.
Box, box, box.
Stupido. Vector Rezanov, thank you so much for the follow. A favorite car for an edit on TikTok. The Formula Pro car. Pucho! Pucho in the house! Oh my god! It must have been years ago. How you doing, man? Oh, I can see a goddamn GTE right in my way. In the fucking Porsches again. Nope. Not this time. I said...
So box.
This time. Box.
Great stints. Remember, you're going to need to work your way around Team Fordzilla, entering the box. Josh, you ready to go?
Yep, ready.
Fantastic.
Thank you, guys. I'm not too happy about this.
Well done, boys.
Track temperature still 48. So Josh car is a bit more understeery. Generally, I'd say a tad less grip than in our practice conditions.
Okay.
Other than that, car is pretty neutral. Car has no damage. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Laurie. Thank you, everyone, really. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Like, personally, I'm not too happy. 10 seconds. Track is clear. No, we haven't got any penalties whatsoever.
Can't wait to hear Martin and Lewis when they jump in.
If you can't race, talk. What is it if you can't do?
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, thank you everyone with the supports, everyone with the follows. You guys have
leading and
boosted us big time. Really appreciate
have had the lead ever since. The number 20 machine that
all the subscribers, all the
Josh
followers
Rogers,
and everything.
Josh Rogers now aboard that car.
Really appreciate that. So
that
yeah.
Lauren with
we are watching a bit on the stream. I will be back in the car again roughly in 2.5 hours, well 2 hours 15. So 2 double stints in between by else people, now by Josh. Then we will see how things go. Currently sitting P8, I think, in the net. So we will see how this will go. I'll take a break, and I will be right back here on the seat. Well, of course, right now I'm still sitting in the seat, but just saying. Again, guys, thank you so much for the time, for the support. Please, again, if you appreciate the content, then have a follow on Twitch, subscribe on the YouTube channel, make this community grow. We will have more racing coming up today, and then early morning, 5, 6, 7 a.m., roughly there or thereabouts. We are in the car again, and yeah, we will see how things will go. So, on that note, massive thank you, Cappy, I can't spell the last part, but Cappy, I'm just going to call it Cappy. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated.
First round of pit stops.
Yep, so Floyd Van Wall in as well, Brabham also in. Here is the Marla team. We just caught a quick look at there. Jimmy Broadbent.
So I need to get an overview of what's exactly going on actually.
And was out testing a BMW GT4 car recently as well with some of the factory drivers.
So that means Papa Michi is gonna jump into the office seat.
Can pedal in the sim and can pedal very quickly in the car as well. Here he is, we pick him up. Jimmy Broadbent released that video recently of him in that GT4 BMW car, having won the Praga Cup title last year with Gordon Much. What follows this season now is the question. He's got a very exciting year ahead, no doubt. Can he start it off with a top 5 finish, maybe even a podium here with that Marla Racing team who he raced with in 2020?
Serious upgrade on the shed that we're so used to.
Upgrades on the shed for Papa Broadbent.
Yes, the hair too.
And the hairs, of course.
But the yeah, the shed is no longer, and now he's very much in a
what
very
is our
nice
actual
house that we, if you follow his YouTube channel, get a chance to see a little bit more of. On the chat, either to his team or to his YouTube fans, I'm presuming he's streaming.
Yeah, I'd assume so. But Jimmer doing a good job there so far, running 8th place in class. Let's see what he's doing lap time wise. 3:53 last time around. He's got Yuri Kazdorp ahead, so someone who's just won a few things there in Yuri Kazdorp.
So quickly gonna go for a break.
Out of the chicane now. Down the straight he goes and gives us a wave. Hello to you as well. Jimmy Broadbent doing a solid job so far, running in 8th place.
Is he in the 88, 89? What's the number of this?
The 10.
The 10, are they?
He's in the 10.
Right.
While you
stand by then,
go by with that laptop, I'm going to pick up this battle, one of the R8G cars.
So,
we
be right back.
Now looking left, looking right is the number 8 R8G car, who has just come out the pits. It's Yuri Toman trying to get by Felix Rosenquist, and Yuri Toman looks like he's going to try and have a go into the chicane, not quite able to get through. Several pit stops taking place, and into the pits 1 lap later, as expected, comes our race leader. The number 20 Porsche Coanda car of Josh Rogers is in. We expect Mac Backham to follow. Those are the 2 drivers that qualified those cars on the front row yesterday. And Jack Keithley should also follow in the 5. But before that, let's stick with this battle, because it is Redline versus R8G. 2 teams with multiple cars in this race. This the number 2 and the number 8. And are we going to see a move down at Mulsanne corner? Certainly close enough is the number 8 R8G car there of Yuri Toman. Can he get by Felix Rosenqvist? He's going to have a look on the brake, surely. There he goes, dives down the inside, and Yuri Toman is through, and that is a place gained for him. So that is the first one ticked off of this stint. Tom Lartilou next up the road. Mac Backham also in for Porsche Coanda as well. Jack Keithley should follow. Felix Rosenqvist isn't done here with Yuri Toman, though. Looks like he's going to try and have a go back at him as they make their way up towards Indianapolis now. In the end, backs off. Felix Rosenqvist doing the sensible thing there and just backing off Yuri Toman, who now brings us down towards Arnage corner. Yuri Toman, Sim Formula Europe champion this year, has had a fantastic career. Raced in the Formula Sim Racing Pro Championship, was a winner in that back in 2014, so he's got a very long and successful history in esports. Felix Rosenqvist, a very long and successful history in single-seater racing, which has now taken him to IndyCar. Great to see him up there now as he tries to get down the inside once again. This is a good battle going on between Yuri Toman. We might have 21.5 hours still to go in this, but these drivers fighting away with each other as if we had just 2.5 laps, and great stuff to watch there as they now come onto the start-finish straight. Jack Keithley is in the pits, by the way, in that number 5 Williams eSports car. He is currently having his pit stop and will come out somewhere just out of the top 10.
Rosenqvist has been in that car since the beginning of the race. So we are now, what, how many laps have we had of the race? Why can't I see that on my screen? 40, yeah, so he's done all 40 of the laps.
Well, he can't do more than 3 hours, so he'll have to come out of the car.
At the end of this last stint.
Yeah, he can't do more than 3 in every 5, so he'll be out of the car at the next stint.
Having a quick look at AMG Petronas sitting in 2nd position here, and we have Alex Brundle over at their headquarters, where all the drivers are gathered, including the real-world Mercedes expert and part of this team, Danny Ucadella. Let's go and have a catch-up with him.
AMG Works driver Daniel Ucadella. Danny, in a car this weekend, but not a real car, a virtual car. What's the crossover like for you, not only driving a virtual car instead of a real one, but also driving a prototype instead of the GTs you normally make your living in?
Yeah, that's right. I'm very used to GT driving, like you say, but you know, I have a big background in single-seaters, in downforce cars, and I really love it. And I've been trying to get into that kind of racing as well in real life, but so far I've been more focused on GT. But yeah, that's the big goal, to be in WEC one day, to be in Le Mans. So far only experienced virtually Le Mans, and yeah, it's great also to be with these guys, with these really fast sim drivers. It's such a different world. It's a very perfect world, I would say. You really work hard to find perfection in those laps, and that's why it's a bit different to real racing, and it's, I would say, much harder in a way for us as real drivers.
What's the biggest change you've had to accommodate in your practice, and what's the biggest thing that you've learned from your sim racing counterparts?
I think in real racing it's more of a talent-based kind of driving, and you don't get as much time to work on your racing lines, and every day is different. You know, when you go to a racetrack, you never have the same kind of day, whereas in sim racing you can really adapt to same conditions and keep, you know, grinding the laps in a similar or exactly the same condition with the same car, a car that is reliable, that is nothing is really happening. So I would say you drive more on, it's kind of a muscle memory kind of driving. So you're like executing more and more and more and finding those little tenths per corner, and in the end you're like doing the perfect lap all the time. And if you manage to do that in a consistent basis, then you're going to be successful. And that's what I find is really, really hard in sim racing.
You find yourself having to do things you know would break the car in realistic terms in racing. The curb, for example, on the exit of Mulsanne corner makes me flinch every time I see these guys bounce across.
Yeah, it's true. Like, you find some lines that maybe in real life are not realistic, but still, you know, that's what racing is about as well, finding limits, finding where you can find those little tenths, little hundreds even. And I think that the game itself is very good. It's really getting to a really close level to real life, and just the fact that you're racing against other people at the top level, I think just gives you a natural feeling of competition, and that's what we search for as racing drivers.
Super early in the season, it's great to use this event to get prepared. Take us through your program as you move into this season. So well installed now in Mercedes, you must have some exciting racing coming up.
I do, yeah. Season starts with like a big event, like you say, in virtual racing. So it did last year as well, and it's great to, you know, kick off the season with such a big event. And then my focus is obviously shifting to real racing. I have a big program in store for this season, mainly with IMSA, the American Championship in endurance and in sprint, with Mercedes AMG as well in GTD Pro. It's the first season that we're racing as a kind of with a full factory support kind of team, together with Jules Gounon. And yeah, I wanna go for it in that championship and see where that takes me. But yeah, the big goal in my mind is to one day be in Le Mans for real, and yeah, let's try to accomplish that.
Well, congratulations. Good luck practicing for that Le Mans opportunity. Best of luck virtually and in reality for this season.
Great.
Always good to hear from Danny Ukudela, and an amazing group of drivers that he is sharing that 63 car with. James Baldwin has done such a good job at the start of this race, bringing that car up to within a couple of seconds of our leader, ahead of the #1 machine of Max Verstappen. We are seeing pit stops now cycle through, so it may be that we've got new drivers getting into these cars now. As we've said, we're getting close to that 3-hour mark, so it's either you do it on this set of pit stops, or certainly you have to on the next one, and just trying to work out exactly who is in and who is out. We do think that Verstappen has changed driver, and we think Luke Browning is aboard that car, a driver that I'm still more used to seeing Luke Browning in Fordzilla colours, but he is now part of Team Redline.
It goes to show the good job he did for Fordzilla, doesn't it? Luke Browning, who had a fantastic season last year, becoming GB3 champion and becoming the Aston Martin Autosport BRDC Young Driver of the Year as well, which will see him test an Aston Martin Formula 1 car this year. Luke Browning is going to make his way into the Dunlop chicane and makes a move. Big change that as well. That's a change for P2, isn't it? So Luke Browning doing a really good job there and puts that car ahead of Graham Carroll, Ben. Yeah, Graham Carroll now aboard that machine. And so the beginnings of the undoing of Baldwin's fantastic work starts, and Luke Browning gets his head down. There is a 7.2 second gap to the leader. Now the leader is Mitchell de Jong, we believe, in the number 20 machine, who has taken over from Josh Rogers, who has done some stints. Now I said earlier on that Lauren Heinrich had been in that car from the beginning. But of course, if they're sharing the same rig, it's not like you are logging on as a separate driver and entering the server as a separate driver. The rig is already connected to the server, and it's simply the human that is changing. So when the human changes, they then need to notify race control to make the change, and so sometimes our graphics system will be a little bit behind. So there we go. That is correct. Lauren Heinrich from laps 1 to 20, 20 to 40 for Rogers, and now Mitchell de Jong cycling through all three of their drivers so far. So expect 20 laps from de Jong, and then we'll get the fourth of our drivers into that particular car, and that's what's confusing me. It's not confusing you, because you guys are seeing the right things. It's just confusing me. Alpine Esports had a quick run into the pits there, and the number 37 that is, but they are now back out again, running down in 18th place. That could become 20th very, very quickly. It becomes 19th straight away, because Zoltan Varkonyi, one of the top two from the Le Mans Virtual Cup Series this season, goes through and into 18th place, and GR Esports are only a second back from them, so they could drop back another space. Here we can see the number 20 car with Mitchell de Jong, as Ben said, now in that car, 11 seconds ahead of Luke Browning, who has just taken second, ahead of Graham Carroll, who's in for James Baldwin in the AMG Team Petronas car.
What a
and
massive
last time
chunk.
around, Porsche Coanda in the 23, sorry Ben, did the fastest lap of the race, 3:24. Dane Warren there doing a brilliant job, 3:24.122. Very quick time from him.
And we've got Romain Grosjean now into the game. Grosjean, the owner of R8G, and has spent, well, ever since finishing his Formula One career in that Inferno, spent plenty of time on the sim, has moved his family from Geneva to Miami, to America, and sim came with it, obviously. And very different surroundings for him than we were used to seeing a couple of years ago. Still got his Haas F1 helmet down there on the bottom left-hand corner, but of course in IndyCar now. Looking skinnier than ever, actually, isn't he? Looking very fit.
Yeah.
But he's got a lot better. Since we saw him two versions ago, where he really struggled to be on the same performance as all the rest, he's obviously got a team of drivers around him that can really train him up. But he is now at a point where you don't notice that it's Romain getting into the car. The times just stay as they should, and he's just as good as the rest out there.
I think that's what naturally comes, though, with
time.
It is the same. Yeah, there is that, but drivers like Romain Grosjean, like Danny Juncadella, if they get in the sim and they're not as fast, they would racing when they did in the junior formula or in karting even, they would consult their teammates around them or the engineers that maybe work for the team and say, right, where am I going wrong here? Romain Grosjean, just because he's an IndyCar racer and some of his teammates, have never stepped foot in a car, that doesn't mean he's not going to listen to them. These guys accept that in this world, they are the ones that are the rookie drivers, essentially, and they will have to go and learn from those more experienced drivers in the team, and that's exactly what Romain Grosjean has been doing, and he's done a absolutely fantastic job, as you said, throughout the season in building his confidence in the virtual world, and it's now coming to show, and that's because he wants to do a good job for his team, and so far that's I think that's exactly what he's doing in these early stages.
Grosjean's 17th then. Nearest challenger is 4 seconds ahead. Vizzy in the ARC Bratislava machine.
This is going to be another target reach for him, of course, since you mentioned the Bahrain incident. It's going to be his first 24-hour.
Oh, really? He hasn't actually been in the other two?
Hasn't competed in the other two. So
okay.
This is going to be really great to see Romain Grosjean reaching another target, because since that happened, that's really what he's done. He went to IndyCar, didn't race on the ovals, then he went and did the ovals and did a brilliant job. Of course, we've seen him test the Mercedes car, Formula One car, and now we're seeing him, along with building this fantastic R8G team, he's going to step in and now do the first 24-hour, and it's an absolutely fantastic job. Right, let's move from the R8G team to the Alpine Esports team, because it looks like we're about to see potentially a change for A team.
This is what's happening behind Romain Grosjean. So Grosjean's a little bit up the road here, not that far up the road, but Sipos in the Alpine Esports has been going backwards since he started his stint. And of course, Zoli Varconi has jumped aboard the Le Mans Virtual Cup car. Now, he was the winner of this seat and incredibly fast. Can't quite find a way through there, but Sipos really throwing the car into the first two parts of chicane. Oh, pushing the Le Mans Virtual Cup car right onto the grass. And Zoli driving with the two Prio father and son combination. But ultimately, Sean Arnold and himself are the two stars of that particular car. So they find themselves quite far back, thanks to the early stints having to be done by the pro drivers. And now will be working his way forward. But with that little squeeze, he's now got to think about what's going on behind him.
Yeah, fantastic battling going on there. Likewise here, 3 wide across 2 different classes, but the GT one is the one we're paying the most attention to. That is the Oracle Red Bull racing car going round the outside of Sim Marinello. That looks like that's going to be a change for 6th place. Oracle Red Bull Racing doing a great job. Sim Marinello have been fantastic so far this season. They have taken the fight to the Scuderia Ferrari esports team throughout the year. Sim Marinello, who took pole back at Sebring, finished in 2nd place. So far they're running in 7th, a pretty solid start to the race for them. But Yuri Kazdorp aboard the Oracle Red Bull Racing car is making his way forward now. He has jumped up to 6th place ahead. Next up for them, let's just have a look down, is going to be BMW Team Redline, albeit 12.5 seconds up the road. But Yuri Kazdorp with the pro driver of Colombo in the Redline car, Kazdorp, professional in the esports world, is catching them pretty quickly. So we'll keep an eye on that gap as well.
Yuri Kazdorp, a real mainstay of that Red Bull Oracle team. Same stable that run their F1 Esports outfit, run effectively by G2 Esports, a massive esports organisation, but branded Red Bull, Oracle Red Bull Racing. A 26-year-old from the Netherlands has been part of both of our virtual Le Mans, although the first year he did it with the Toyota team, so partnering Brendan Hartley and Sebastian Buemi, which have been
I know
good fun.
That was a really proud moment for the esports guys that got asked to be a part of that. Remember, Toyota had their whole setup, didn't they? All their engineers were a part of that, and they used that as essentially a warm-up for the 24 Hour of Le Mans, which took place a little bit later that year. Good battle going on here, though. We're on board with Josh Skelton, GT racer, looking back at R8G. And this is Yuri Toman looking to make another place since jumping in the car.
That van wall is right in the middle of the road, isn't it? Oh, he was having to pass a Proton. I was thinking, why are you defending so hard? Just
doesn't seem like Josh Skelton to defend like that.
Got Mexico Racing Team that they're catching as well. And it's quite narrow along towards Indianapolis. This is very much a 2-lane road. And yes, there is now tarmac on the outsides of the road, but it's just, it feels so claustrophobic when you're down there.
Oh, here we go. That's going to be a brave move round the outside. And there we can see Yuri Toman ticks off Josh Skelton there. What a fantastic move. But Skelton might have a go back into Arnage. Thinks the better of it.
If that was a sprint race, he would have fired it down the inside.
Yes. I used to commentate on Josh in kart racing when he raced in the European Championships, World Championships. He was one of the top drivers then and still is in the class as he does now. But commentating on him in kart racing, I can tell you he definitely would have sent it, as they say.
Another attempt further back on the, is that the Le Mans Virtual Car Cup car?
It is. Oh, is this red? Side by side they are. That's the 86, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's GR getting past, having to really lean on the Le Mans Virtual Cup car to get through.
Yeah. Great stuff going on through Indianapolis this lap. Sure, there'll be plenty more of that as we go through the race as well, but Varkonyi dropping to 20th place.
Losing out to Gus Bowers, who's been in GT4 racing this last year. I want to say he was GT4 Silver Cup champion, but I'm wrong. He's a couple of, he ended up 4th, but did take victories in the European GT4 Championship.
Saw D Station having to take to the escape there, coming through the Porsche curves just to stay out of the way of these two. GR Esports and the Le Mans Virtual Cup car. This battle's going to keep going, isn't it? Look at that massive slide there from Varkonyi.
It was almost as though he handbraked it like he was in a rally car there. The rear's locking up completely.
I can tell you, we were watching Skelton being passed. He's in danger of losing another place here because Felix Rosenqvist has closed in, and just on cue, there goes Felix Rosenqvist down the inside in that red line car. And that is another change of position. The next few Van Wilburst car has lost a place to the number 2 Team Redline car as they now go past the Pro Drive car going down Mulsanne Straight. So Team Redline into the top 10 in that number 2. Next few Van Wilburst just struggling a little bit in the last couple of laps.
Rosenqvist choosing the outside through the second chicane to get past the Ferrari. And for Josh Skelton, this means he can just follow and learn and understand a little bit about how Rosenqvist was able to close in the gap so quickly. And sometimes it can simply be where they've caught traffic. But it doesn't seem like he's being dropped really, really quickly, does it?
It might. I think the battle obviously would have played a part in that. And as you said, it could have been traffic as well that really dropped him into the path. But he can settle in now behind Felix Rosenqvist, and these two still not far away. They're only 3 seconds back from Yuri Toman, who's 4 seconds back from Lartalou, so quite a compact area of the standings is the lower order of the top 10 overall. So still in a good position are both teams when you take the overall standings into consideration as they go into Arnage. Now it looks like with D-Station having to take to the escape last time round, BMW Team Redline really did close the gap down by 0.6 of a second, and they're now only 2 seconds back from D-Station Racing, who are running in a fantastic 4th place, which would be their best ever result. If the checkered flag went out now, this would be the best result they had ever achieved, beating their previous best of 7th place. So D-Station, that just puts it into perspective of how well they are doing so far. But BMW Team Redline are starting to close in. We ride on board with Felix Rosenqvist, looking back at Josh Skelton though, and there you can see as Alex Brundle, whoa, there we go. Felix Rosenqvist gets one wheel on the gravel, lights it up, and spins it round coming on to the straight. And what I was about to say is what Alex Brundle was talking us through, how you really have to attack the curbs, and you can see just too much speed carried through that time, dropped a wheel onto the gravel, and as soon as he hit the throttle, that was goodbye. He sent it round, thankfully managed to avoid the barriers, but Felix Rosenqvist will not enjoy watching that one back, I don't think.
You've got to be so careful when you apply the throttle. Is the car settled, or is it still not quite touching the ground in the way it should do? Because if it is still unsettled, then you just, I mean, the way if you want to do donuts, you unsettle a car, right? So if it's unsettled and you try and apply the throttle, and you don't want to do donuts, you will do donuts. Yeah. You have to wait. Well, there is
we have seen people hitting the gravel on the exit of the last corner, but usually the front and rear will hit it at the same time.
We were on board with him, and from what I could hear anyway, he hadn't yet stabilized the car and straightened the car. I think it was still all over the place before he then tried to get on the throttle. So he's lost a good chunk of time there.
Well, that just goes to show what Skelton staying within a region of being able to attack Felix Rosenqvist again, applying the pressure, if you like, worked for him. Didn't have to make any moves as such, but did all that work in the few corners before. Let's have a look at it then, Ben.
So from the outside then, okay, he had settled the car, he'd just run wide.
Just hit the gravel.
Yeah. But he'd taken such a big chunk of curb on this one here.
There. Hits the gravel.
He's actually in the wrong gear. It sounded as though he'd changed, as he'd bumped over that first left-hand curve, he'd changed gear to try and limit the wheel spin. And then it kind of lit up on in the gravel trap.
Well, what we do know is that Team Redline are now down to 13th. Not only did they lose a place to Van Wilburst, as you can see on the left of your screen, Williams Esports went through. Pescarolo in the green, white and black colours also went through as well.
It's looking quite nice weather, isn't it, this evening? Although it's not actually, what kind of time of day is it then? Still afternoon, I suppose. The shadows are longer, but it was when we started, there was quite a lot of cloud. I'm talking about in-game, I'm not talking about here.
I thought you were about to say so. The weather looks nice, I'm about to change that. I thought that's what you...
I don't have the power.
What you were about to say. They have been given a weather forecast for the first 6 hours. Should we remind ourselves of what that was?
It was about a 5 o'clock light shower.
Because so here it is. So 5 o'clock, between 5 and 6, local time in Le Mans. They're due.
Local time in Le Mans, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's 1 hour ahead of where we are now. So we are at 4:45 local time to Le Mans.
So
any moment now.
So within the next couple of hours, within the next 20 minutes, 30 minutes, we could start to see rain for a couple of hours.
You'd have to say that the way the shadows are sitting, it doesn't seem to be possible right now, but things could easily change. As they do in Le Mans, it comes out of absolutely nowhere.
And in 12 minutes, 5 o'clock, they will receive the next 6-hour update as well.
Oh, okay.
But for what it will be after that until 1 a.m. So just like you would before just like you would if you were at Le Mans and you can see what the weather's going to be like, the teams get a weather forecast, but only in 6-hour periods. This is the 101 car, which has Maguire in. He is chasing down the Graf car, the number 39 car, ahead. They have unfortunately had difficult start to the race.
Sorry, went away for a bit too long.
To start repairing now.
Right.
Wet weather could do teams like this a little bit of good.
So where are we?
Something that they might be hoping for. De Jong is
just
starting to put his foot down as well. He's just done the best second sector that we have seen so far in this race.
And
by
second
some distance as well. That's an absolutely fantastic second sector. Over a second quicker than Luke Browning through the second sector alone on this lap. So must have picked up a really good toe going down Mulsanne. Coming out of Mulsanne as well, he must have picked up some great slipstream there, De Jong. And absolutely nailed all the corners because he's put in a fantastic second sector.
Remember when we saw those driver changes, what was it, about 6-7 laps ago? De Jong was 11.2 seconds ahead of Luke Browning. Now the gap is down to less than 10 seconds. It's being nibbled, it's not being chunked, it's not being taken away a lot.
Has he been given the hurry up?
But there's just every lap, there's a couple of tenths here, a couple of tenths there. So 9.2 the gap the last time. Have to say though, De Jong's middle sector of this last lap was insane.
Yeah.
Took a huge chunk out of Luke Browning. So he, I think, as you say, has been given the hurry up, but it could also be traffic because Browning has responded in the final sector and the gap is down to 8.7 seconds now.
Possibly, but still a good 3 or 4 tenths quicker than anyone else in that second sector. Great stuff from him. Team Fordzilla just coming out of pit lane as well. So
yeah, they're on a different strategy, aren't they?
Yes. So they're on a slightly different strategy. So Dimitrov in the car for them, and they are making their way out onto the circuit again, down in 15th place so far. But we are watching some of the order a little bit further down. It's going to be interesting to see what happens between the number 20 and the 1, though, with that gap, as you mentioned.
Now, is that the 20 at the back of shop there, coming up to this little bit of traffic?
Oh, good spot.
Could well be.
Yeah.
See the 101 there that we're following, but I think that is... It's one of the Porsches.
It definitely is, isn't it? Here we can see the Pro Drive car.
Given a squeeze by the Peugeot.
Just a little bit.
Great to have the Peugeot back. Gustav Menendez is aboard that car. Heard from him a little bit earlier with Haley Edmonds out there in Versailles. And it's a bit odd to see a Peugeot with a rear wing, but obviously having to be modelled around the LMP2 Oreca that we're using as a one-make car this year.
Bono.
think the
unacceptable delay. You mean the latency of the stream, or me being gone for so long?
To have a variance in our
that wasn't intended, to be honest.
Vehicle. And actually, whilst we watch Gustav aboard the Peugeot, Haley's been working hard over at Peugeot and can chat to one of his teammates.
I'm joined here by Malte Jakobsen, pro driver, but this weekend sim racer for Peugeot Esports. During your first stint, a bit of a moment of panic because the internet disconnected. However, you remained very calm, but it must be really frustrating for you to start off like that.
Yeah, of course, it wasn't our plan to start the race like that. The first stint went very well and we were in a good position, no damage to the car, no nothing, and then suddenly the internet connection broke down. And we lost a lot of time. And
Cyber Bloodshot, thank you for the follow.
So this year you'll be driving LMP2,
yeah, Bono.
potentially
that wasn't expected
24 hours
and
of
intended.
How important
and so on.
is it to have platforms such as rFactor 2 and being able to drive on the Circuit de la Sarthe in practice and preparation for a huge event like that?
It's super, super important, especially for the drivers and of course also some of the teams, because they can practice all the different scenarios on track. And when the track is only open for that 1 week every year, it's the best way to prepare as a driver. I've been lucky to do the Road to Le Mans a couple of times now, so I've got a small taste of it, but hopefully one day I will be able to get the full experience.
We're standing, of course, just in front of the 9X8. It's the Peugeot hypercar. You had the opportunity to drive it during the Rickettress in Bahrain. What was it like?
It was an amazing experience. It was a big step as well to come directly from LMP3 in ELMS and then jump into a hypercar. One thing is all the speed and the difference in terms of car difference, but also as a driver there is a lot more stuff to look after because all the systems and stuff inside the car is a lot more complicated than the LMP3 car. So yeah, I had a lot of fun.
Just a word on how you're going to go forward, how your strategy has obviously changed after the incident earlier on.
Of course, we are quite far behind now in the race, but it's 24 hours of Le Mans, as everybody knows, and it's crazy how much stuff can still happen. So we will keep pushing and do our best, and it's still 21.5 hours to go, so it's a long time.
Thank you very much, man.
You're welcome.
Great to hear from Haley over there at Peugeot headquarters. Peugeot Esports joining us in the 24 Hours of Le Mans for this big one. They have not been part of the
Hey
full
Elvin,
series.
hi Terry.
And it's really,
how
I
you
think, Peugeot's first proper experience in competitive sim racing. We have manufacturers like BMW, like Porsche, who've been doing it for a few years. Why is that message from Elvin not here? Plenty of others out there that are only just starting to wet their feet in the world of sim racing.
It's fantastic, isn't it? It's in a brilliant place, I think, endurance racing.
Nice.
And
so I think Restream decided to
this year as we
not further rely any Facebook messages today, any YouTube messages, looking forward.
And I think it's going to be a really good centenary, a suitable grid for it with all the manufacturers we've got ready to compete.
Great.
So I think the sport of endurance racing couldn't be in a better place right now.
Yeah, Gina, it's not passed actually.
The hypercar of Floyd Van Wall on rFactor 2. It is downloadable in the most recent patch. And we are into pit stops again for the LMP cars. So we've already seen the number 1 and the number 63 come into the pits, and the number 4 as well. And this is the tail end of the LMP field doing their pit stops and waiting then for those that are off that main strategy, let's say, the Porsche Coanders that managed to just squeeze out an extra lap on that first stint, and therefore they are slightly off sequence. Don't know whether it's really making a massive difference right now. There's Jimmy chatting to his fans.
Altamont, how you
He's
doing?
handed over the car now.
Thank you very much.
The number 10 Marla Racing BMW that you see on the left of screen, and Mohamed Patel has jumped aboard that car. So Jimmy can now just address his hundreds of thousands of followers and say hi to them. We'll try and jump in and say hi to him at some point as well. Get an interview with Jimmy Broadbent. Maybe now Le Mans for real is in his sights. You know, a couple of years ago he was just a sim racer in a bedroom, well, not even a bedroom, in a shed. And now, having done 2 years worth of real world experience, champion
in the Praga Cup, which is effectively a little prototype, little LMP4, if you like.
Impressive machines, aren't they?
Yeah, and you know, maybe Le Mans is not such a pipe dream anymore.
Yep. Well, like I said, he got up to grips with that GT4 car pretty quickly, given they left on a lot of assists that would be slowing him down as well. He did a really good job there, but it would be great. Hopefully we can have a bit of a catch-up with him at some stage. But here we look back at the R8G team. One of the R8G teams that looks like the number 18. This is the car with Roman Grosjean in, who is 7/10 behind ARC Bratislava in the predominantly yellow colours just ahead. So Grosjean trying to get himself a little bit further up the order. See the medium tyres on. That's what we're expecting the teams to use all the way to the end, really. Medium compound tyres, and we can see Roman Grosjean in that number 18 car trying to chase down ARC Bratislava. Just ahead of them is Alpine as well. There is the Alpine car next up the road. So this is 16th through to 18th on your screen.
You can't see on that graphic, but behind him is the recovering 53 Williams, which was our champion on the first Le Mans Virtual, that team of Polish drivers.
Okay, so
they are the fastest car out on circuit. They did the last lap was a 3:24.
Altamont, we've recovered from a P14 on the grid to now running in P11. Well, not exactly recovered, but we're looking alright overall, I guess.
One of the proper esports pros, and they had to take a penalty
beyond that, nothing too special happening at the minute.
That was just a 30-second drive-through penalty.
Just checking up with engineers and so on.
With a disconnect, and so they were given it 1 lap back. They couldn't be given 2 laps back because that would have put them in the lead of the race. So they are kind of probably half a lap behind where they really should have been before that disconnect happened. Brzezinski is making it all happen. He is absolutely flying. And when he gets anywhere near Roma, who has just come out of the pits, I imagine that it's going to be short-changed to try and get past.
Yeah, they've been fantastic, Williams. Every time we've come to the 24-hour, they've got a fantastic track record here. The AMG team, Williams, they've only been on the podium once in terms of this season, but they've always kept that car in the top 10. But they always seem to save themselves for this race, and this time they're going to have some work if they're going to follow in their footsteps. AMG Team Williams now make their way out. It was a second back at Monza, which was their podium so far this season. The Williams eSports car is the other car, the number 5. We just saw heading out of the pit lane. They are always the last to stop, having just followed the 2 Porsches into pit lane. Here we see the Ford Zilla car, Georgi Dimitrov chasing down Jesper Pedersen in the Floyd Van Wilburst car. Floyd Van Wilburst have been on the podium both times in the 2 runnings of the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual so far. They will be looking to make it 3 in a row, but to hold on to that 5th place. Oh, we've got a spin here, Ben. That's coming into the Ford chicanes. That is the number 86.
Devon Alice, thank you very much for the follow here on Twitch. Appreciate it.
They were battling with Arnage, so they were only 3 tenths behind them. So I imagine that's a move that.
So 1.5 hours till we get back into the car.
Either that, or they'd just hit a curb a little bit too hard. But we'll pick that up in just a second.
Yeah, that was Gus Bowers, wasn't it, who has handed over to Ritson, and so it'll be an outlap for that driver.
So, our little highlights, let's have a look.
Local time, 5 o'clock in France, and this is the highlights after 3 hours worth of racing. Max Verstappen aboard the number 1 team Redline car, the car that wasn't on pole position, but almost before the first kink had the lead of the race. Very aggressive start from Verstappen to put the Redline 1 car into the lead
nice
for
spin.
8 laps. Early problems for some of the cars in the middle of the pack, just trying to settle themselves down. They've been qualified by the pro sim drivers, and then the real world drivers were doing the first stint. So lots of shaking up of the order. our Le Mans Virtual Cup car, the number 24 machine, being shuffled off the circuit as Sean Arnold tried to go around the outside at Mulsanne.
Well, Altaman, if you consider the blowy wind outside as being a weird weather, then yes. Other than that, we're looking good.
Wheel, ended up in the lead. Max Verstappen had already lost the lead when he made this little error and a half spin. And then that Mercedes in the back of shot chasing down Verstappen and eventually getting up into second position. The 88 and the 77 lead in the GTE category after the early leaders both had disconnect issues and have found themselves a bit further down. A scary moment here for Team Mexico in the Porsche curves, getting caught up by slower traffic. And then most recently, a change for second once again. The number 1 machine now with Luke Browning aboard, down the inside, basically on his outlap, passing Graham Carroll. And some serious car control needed to keep that car facing in the straight line. He is now 11.5 seconds off the number 20 machine at the head of the field, with Graham Carroll in third position. 24 still in strife. And Zolli getting himself pushed into the wall there. And so this is what it looks like after 51 laps. The number 20 Porsche Commander car leads 11.5 seconds over the number 1 red line, with 63 AMG Petronas Esports in third, and the second Porsche Commander fourth, Floyd Van Wall Burst, having a quiet time right now in 5th position. Struggles for the 53 Williams machine that had also a disconnect, so working its way through the field. The 444 Van Wall Burst car, the second of those car, only in 11th position. Our Le Mans Virtual Cup Invitational car in 19th spot. For Peugeot also with a disconnect down there in 26th position. We've lost Rocket. They were disconnected on the first lap. And this is GTE then, 71, not the fastest car out there, but has a 15-second lead over Sim Maranello now, with the 2 Proton Commander Esports cars third and fourth. And our early leaders, the 95 ProDrive Fire Esports, still going, but now down in 14th position. They were fighting with RHG. RHG in 10th position now after those two also had a few connection issues. Jimmy Broadbent's team there, 9th position for Marla Racing. So we move into the 4th hour then. 5 o'clock was the time we were told we might see some rain, so we have to keep on board and have a look at the spots appearing on the windscreens. It won't be very easy to see from the outside cameras if there is rain, but it will be certainly obvious on the inside cameras. Remember, we're simulating June, so sunset isn't until about 10:30, 11 o'clock at night.
That was a good move, that, wasn't it?
Yeah. Fordzilla fighting their way back after when we were having lunch. Well, they're back to where they were when we were having lunch, Chris.
Yeah, great move there from Georgi Dimitrov. Round the outside of Jesper Pedersen, who we jump on board with now in the Floyd Van Wall Burst car. That puts Dimitrov up into 5th place for the Fordzilla team, who have been a fantastic performer so far in this race. Remember, they started this race down in 16th. They are now up in 5th place, having had a few pit stops as well so far. So this is no fluke for Team Fordzilla. They've done a really good job to work their way up the order. They've gained 11
interesting
places
pace
now,
by Fordzilla for
they're
sure.
only 12 seconds away from 4th and 25 seconds away from a podium, which in the context of 21 hours, just shy of that to go, is not a lot of time at all.
Little word for the number 4 car there, Jesper Pedersen aboard that machine. He's the team manager of Burst. Floyd Van Wall is Van Wall is what used to be Bicoles. They have now created a hypercar, which we will see in WEC in 2023. They've renamed Bicoles Van Wall as a tribute to the manufacturer of Formula 1 cars back in the 1960s. Floyd is the big sponsor. Burst is the team, and Romain Grosjean there having a chat with his son there, just in the top right-hand corner. I think Romain must be out of the car now. There doesn't seem to be too much going on. But obviously,
thank you,
Altaman. He's still driving. He's still driving.
Christian, how are you doing?
Shows how much capacity he has to do other things. I didn't think he was looking at the screen for about half a lap there.
That's what you can do when you're a parent. You can drive and talk behind you at the same time, basically.
Yeah, yes.
You talk from experience.
Yeah, confirmed. I haven't tried my sim yet, but I can imagine that'd be quite difficult. Yeah, the last thing about Floyd Van Wall before we switch elsewhere, there is the Romain Grosjean 18 car being driven by Grosjean, not watching the circuit, is that the number 4 machine has always been on the podium in the Le Mans 24 Hour. So before we went to the highlights, we had a spin from the GR Esports car. Now this was Rixon just going too fast.
Yeah. Wow, okay.
Carrying too much speed into the first part of the Ford chicane there.
That was a lot of speed carried into there.
Let's have a listen whether brakes don't work.
Oh, it's just far too much speed.
He's just got that a little bit wrong.
Yeah.
To say it was his outlap, so the first time coming up to that part of the circuit, and presumably he's gone back now into the pits to get that car fixed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so back to the number 4 machine. Here he is. Second position in the inaugural 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual. Third position last time out with Pedersen. Tom Dillman was aboard that team, and then Ben Fiscal.
Yes.
Now, Dillman's not in our entry this year, but that's presumably because we've got so much real-world motorsport going on.
Yes.
That he's needed elsewhere.
I imagine that is the case. I don't think Tom Dillman would miss 24-hour Le Mans Virtual if he had the chance.
Especially when you've been twice on the podium, but you haven't won.
He's had an absolute, as you said, a fantastic track record, but it's been just shy of being on the top step on both occasions. So Tom Dillman, I'm sure, would be back if he had the chance, but I think he would be elsewhere this weekend.
So Dillman has been replaced by Franco Colapinto.
Well, that's
not bad, is it?
Quite the replacement. Yeah. Yeah. Had a fantastic year, as we said, recently appointed Williams Academy driver as well. Here we see Felix Rosenquist. It's Chris Lullum actually has jumped in the car for them now, a man who raced in British F4 and was a multiple champion in karting as well, a European champion amongst other things. He is fighting away with Pescarolo after the spin for this car, the incident for this car, which lost them a few places. Felix Rosenquist having a spin coming onto the start-finish straight, dropping them from 10th to 13th. He is now trying to work his way back up the order. So Pescarolo with Darius Andre is just ahead of them, and Chris Lullum, who has gone from racing in single-seaters there, he is now pretty much a full-time esports racer, doing a really good job with it as well. He is now trying to chase down the Pescarolo car here, and I think on this next lap, Ben, we could see a change of position.
Yeah, Chris actually now focusing more on his studies at university in Oxford Brookes, and again, not far away from where we are here at Silverstone. I know Oxford Brookes very well.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I tried.
You visited there, then, have you?
Yes. Yeah. I had an ex-girlfriend there. Yeah.
Just a bit different then.
No, I did engineering there for a term.
Oh wow!
Decided it was far too hard, so ended up doing something a bit different. But good place, Oxford Brookes, good university, and plenty of very, very famous engineers and drivers from there. Pat Simmons was kind of the leader of the engineering facility for many, many years, and they're great links with the likes of Williams. And look at the closing speed here. Yeah, he's got a different engine. That's mad.
This is going to be a change of position. Not at this chicane. He's going to wait for the next one.
So that's Pescarolo that we're riding on board with, Pescarolo Esports Monaco. And whether they've got damage or whether they're just running a much more aggressive rear wing, they have no straight line speed in comparison to that red line car.
Not at all. And look, there we go. See you later. They're just going to go steaming past and might even be able to take the racing line into the next chicane. They actually are. There we go. Job done.
Wow.
That's one of the easiest overtakes Chris Lunham has ever had to make. They didn't come quite that easy when he was racing in Europe with his kart racing.
Now, when you've got a lot of downforce set up on your car, the effect of the slipstream is much greater. So the Pescarolo Esports Monaco car feeling a lot greater speed than he has in fresh air, because the hole that he's sitting in means that the difference between aerodynamics downforce when you're not in a hole and when you are in a hole is greater. So really feeling the effect of the drag there. Potentially could have thrown it down the inside, but would have known that would have been a sitting duck going towards Indianapolis here. And you see, he's got a bit more downforce on that car to give him more stability through the Porsche curves, and that makes the car more comfortable to drive. These guys in Team Redline almost are happy to have a car that's really uncomfortable, that's really nervous, because they're able to drive it like that, and that's the fastest way. A little bit compromised by traffic there.
Yeah, just didn't know whether it was safe in a 24-hour race. I think that was a sensible decision by Chris there. Sensible not to try and lap the Proton car down the inside into Arnage, wait for the straight that follows after, and you can just go sailing past. So a good decision there, made very quickly by Chris and Pescarolo, doing their best to just try and hang on here. But look at this through the Porsche curves. You can see the amount of speed that Redline car is carrying. An absolutely fantastic job.
Now, when we checked in at GTE at the top of the hour, we did see the 71 machine at the head of the standings. Now, they've now pitted, so we've each, the top 5 have each got 3 pit stops to their name, and therefore the 71 car has fallen back now to 5th in class.
Yeah.
And it is those 2 Proton Coanders that are top 2 in the standings. 77 ahead of 88. And then, interestingly, Bruno Spengler in the BMW team BS competition car is 3rd position. So best of the BMWs, which is very rare, is not the Redline car, but actually the BS competition run machine. BS Borough Sud, the agency that look after the communications of BMW and have a influence in BMW's support of esports. And Bruno Spengler, a big friend of theirs, and in that car right now, 3rd position, and 8 seconds ahead of D Station, which is the 4th car in line. But so many of those cars in the GT category having issues. Some of the frontline cars are having issues with connectivity and various other things.
Yeah, I mean, who would have expected this for a top 3, though? We've got a team that hasn't won, a team that hasn't been in the top 10, and a team that only has 1 podium to its name in 2 seasons. That just goes to show Le Mans and how much, I guess, the practice these teams, taking nothing away from those teams, but that just goes to show how unpredictable this race can be. It's a race of its own. You put the championship to one side, it's its own race, isn't it?
We also know that in GTE you are close to doing hour stints, but you're not quite there.
Yeah.
So it could be, and we do see this in all of our races, that there could be an element of strategy there. The 71 car is a minute behind the 77. So the leader, 77, is a whole minute ahead of the championship runaway leader in the 71.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that 71 are stretching their strategy to do 1 less pit stop.
Yeah.
But losing a minute, you know, how long's a pit stop? It's got to be close to that. We're only 3 hours in.
Well, it's 1 minute and 27 seconds, roughly.
So they've lost a minute in 3.25 hours.
From pit entry to pit exit. So to do everything, fuel and tyres, D Station as well. That top 4 definitely wouldn't have called that one. And again, taking nothing away from those teams, this is a grid full of talented drivers up and down the field. It's impossible to call who's going to finish where, but looking at the stats alone, you would definitely not have guessed that. Here we go.
It's all right. We're only 3 hours in.
Yeah, I know.
Plenty to shake out.
I know. Well, I'll replay that in 20 hours and go, I don't know who he is and what he's talking about. This is one of the Alpine cars I think we're looking back at. Is this Lartilou that we are following now? Being chased a little bit. We can see making their way in towards Arnage.
Copy Bono. We are eating.
Now, this Panis Racing, isn't it? So that's the 65. So yes, it's the 37.
Yeah, 37.
So into Arnage they come, and there you can see Panis Racing in the 65. So this is your battle for 15th place, just a little bit further down the field. Pescarolo are hanging on to Team Redline, by the way, further up, 2 tenths behind. So since being passed, they've been able to, Darius Andre has been able to tuck in behind Chris Lullum and is seemingly working with him now to try and close down Josh Skelton, who is next. The gap between our 2 overall leaders is hovering at around 10 seconds. After that, the closest battle is between Jesper Pedersen and Georgi Dimitrov. They have swapped places, though. Dimitrov we saw going by. Yuri Toman for RHG is trying to chase down Tom Lartilu, who we did mention. He's in the other Alpine car, the 36 one. The 37 one is ahead of this car here, the Panis Racing car.
Pierre-Louis Chauvet aboard the Panis Racing 65 machine at the moment. So he is the one of 2 of the pro drivers. Plenty of single-seater experience.
Yeah, raced in Frecker.
Next Crafts, thank you very much indeed. Much appreciated.
Pierre-Louis Chauvet
for the follow on Twitch.
And,
welcome to the race.
To help out a team and pretty much put them on the podium straight away. It was a real fantastic job done by Pierre-Louis Chauvet. Turned the RPM team and helped them find a huge amount of pace.
He's actually been in single-seaters since he was 16 years of age. So he's been doing French F4 since 2017, and yet he's only 20. So it's really
crazy, isn't it?
An amazing amount of real-world experience already. And of course, being a Frenchman, focus to be able to race at Le Mans for real has got to be high on the priority list.
I imagine that would be the case, but one thing he definitely proved last season is that he can get his head around a car very quickly and can catch up on experience as well. It was really great to get to know him throughout last season, so we're looking forward to seeing what he does next. Actually, hugely talented driver. Many of them in this field, of course. We could talk just about what these drivers have done, and that would probably take up around 20 hours in itself. We're watching Enzo Benito, BMW team Redline, trying to close down Yuri Kasdorp, and that is going to be for 5th place. Here is the Marla. The Mohamed Patel has now taken over from Jimmy Broadbent. They are running in 9th place so far.
Now, I think that would mean that the Marla team's being run by BS competition. There are times where the Marla car is a Williams-run machine, Marla being a commercial sponsor, and sometimes it's a BS competition car. But I think with the entry list that we have, it's a BS, a Bureau Sud car, especially with Jimmy having the opportunity to get on board. And Bureau Sud have got a great relationship with him. It's a big old car, isn't it? We are going to go, of course, in the real world of WEC. We are shortly going to be moving across to GT3 spec machinery. Next year in WEC, there will be no GT Pro category. The GT cars will be exclusively for GT Am, and we will still have the GTE car, but it will only have an element of amateurs driving them, and then we'll move across from the GTE car to the GT3 Le Mans spec. So they're based on a GT3 car, but with specific regs for the cars that compete in WEC. So that's to refocus all of the manufacturer support to hypercar, really, because we obviously had great manufacturer support in GTE. And the idea is that with Ferrari now in hypercar, BMW coming into hypercar, that the focus is on hypercar as the lead category, rather than at times it really felt that GTE should be the lead category at Le Mans, with such competition, Corvette being involved as well, and such support as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a really exciting couple of years, isn't it? The next 3 years, this transition period is going to be mega. I mean, even now, the announcements going out, seeing the teams release their liveries, their driver lineups, already the buzz around not just World Endurance, but Le Mans is absolutely fantastic.
Sports car racing generally, you know, we've got such a we've got stacked 13-car hypercar field for the full WEC, but that doesn't include BMW, that doesn't include Lamborghini, because they are focusing at least early in their development on the American IMSA series. But when they come to Le Mans, we would expect to see extra cars from IMSA join the WEC field, and those could be mega cars. It's not going to be just a random manufacturer. We've got Cadillac over there that could bring over 1 or 2 cars. Certainly, I think BMW have said they're not coming over this year with their cars, but should in the year following. And Grosjean is partnered with Lamborghini. So, I mean, yes, WEC looks amazing, but then we don't know yet how more amazing Le Mans will look.
The fact it's already sold out says it all.
Yeah, I know. I hope we get a job. Because if we don't get a job, then we can't be there.
Hello there.
Is that a hint on air, is it?
Yeah.
Don't worry, guys. I'm going to be back in commentary shortly.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic. I'm sure those with tickets are already buzzing for it. And what a way to build up to it with the 24-hour Le Mans virtual. Many drivers who we're going to see racing at that event, racing in this one. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. And this a great warm-up to get us even more excited for what's ahead for the centenary this year.
That gap between De Jong and Browning at the head of the field, the 20 and the 1, is now just over 10 seconds. It got down to 8.2, but is now stabilised at around 10, just as I say, it's gone to 9.9. There it is.
They were listening.
They were listening. And then there's a 13-second gap to Graham Carroll. Remember when we came on air, so an hour and a half ago, that was when the pass happened. So in an hour and a half, Luke Browning's found 13 seconds over Graham Carroll.
That's pretty impressive, isn't it? So great stuff there from Luke Browning to be able to gain 13.5 seconds there.
Well, Alex Brundle has been doing a tour of Oxfordshire. He was a few moments ago at Mercedes, and he's headed south of Oxford to Williams and their esports centre.
The race starting rig for the number 5 Williams Esports. We're here at the Williams Esports Lounge in Grove, and I'm joined by 2017 British GT4 champion and race starting driver for Williams Esports, Will Tregurtha. Will, how did it go for that first stint?
It was pretty tough. Everyone here is really quick, but yeah, we had a drive-through to serve at the start of the race, so we dropped back to about 27th, but we've made our way all the way back up to about 12th, I think. So going good, pace is fast, and yeah, I think we're going to do quite well here.
I want a little whistle-stop tour of this place. It's pretty impressive. Very much open for business now, the Williams Esports Lounge. What have you got here? Plenty of simulator rigs to play on.
Yeah, we've got 20 publicly available sim rigs for hire, for events, everything we can sort of accommodate on. And on the left-hand side here, we've got our engineering pit wall based off one of the old F1 pit walls. We've got our 2 engineers here. Running through all the data, all our live timing systems, all the race feeds, and in our back room over here we've got our team management, chief engineer Michael, and on the right hand side in this room we've got Seb and Javi, team management. This is where we're going to sort of be micro-controlling the race a little bit more, the drivers and the stints, etc. Gives us a good opportunity to control our race and be a bit more professional about how we run things here.
So you're running some of the drivers from here, you're running some of the drivers independently around the world for both the 5 and the 53 car. How much information is moving around between you?
It may reset anyway when you get in the car, so you need to check yourself as well.
We're in constant communication. It's a bit easier when we're here working from the factory, but obviously it's quite nice to race from home. You've got all your same rigs and it's nothing to get used to, but actually because we've got some really good sponsors on board, we can come to the factory. The sim rigs are exactly the same as I use at home, as Jack uses at home, so it's quite easy for us to just drive down here and get going.
Rigs available all the time. Best of luck for the rest of the race, Will. When are you back in?
I think I'll be back in about an hour. Thank you.
Best of luck.
Live timing is showing that a couple of cars are stopping on circuit, including the 23 Porsche Coanda and the number 4 Floyd Wanwall. We are watching the Aston Martin D-Station machine that seems to be okay right now. But a couple of things going on out on circuit. Marla as well, and again ProDrive Fire Esports. So something happening out there, and it may well require an intervention. And this is D-Station in 4th position, being chased down by Kazdorp. Kazdorp was having to push hard because he was being chased down by Enzo Benito. Where is Benito? Look back, there he is in the big BMW. But this is for 4th position proper.
Yeah. This is after a fantastic start to the race. Whilst you monitor what's going on the timing screens there, Ben, this is a really good start from D-Station, but Yuri Kazdorp has now completed the chase. Has to put in a lot of effort to do this, and Kazdorp is now about to put a move here on the D-Station car. They move aside as one of the LMP cars, one of the Orica cars comes charging through. But are we going to see a move into Mulsanne corner? Let's jump on board then with Yuri Kazdorp, who's trying to get past Remy Delorme. Is he going to be brave enough on the brakes? He's certainly having a think about it. Not quite able to get through there, so we'll stay tucked in for the time being. But good stuff going on here between Remy Delorme for D-Station Racing. Of course, they ran a competition at the 24 Hour of Le Mans last year, did D-Station. They held hot lap competition, and the top 2 drivers are the 2 ones competing for D-Station alongside their pro drivers. But we're side by side, Ben.
Yuri Kazdorp round the outside now. These roads, these virtual roads, are where Remy Delorme will drive on a daily basis. He is driving from Le Mans. He was the man that won the competition. He ended up winning Sebastian Buemi's race-winning helmet that he has sitting beside him in his rig. We had a shot of that yesterday. And so Remy, knowing these roads incredibly well, usually having to overtake trucks and cars and people going to work rather than be able to race around them. But doing a really good job for D-Station. I think that is why we've seen, there is that helmet, look, absolutely stunning. And I think that's why we've seen a step up in performance from D-Station here at Le Mans, because it's a bit of a specialist circuit for half the team.
I think you're exactly right there. And Remy Delorme has done a really good job there. There you can see winner of the Le Mans Virtual Activation 2022. And you can see the prizes Ben mentioned behind him in the background, and the even bigger prize here of racing in the 24 Hour Le Mans Virtual for D-Station. They do drop to 5th place. We've got pit stops going on at the head of the field. Luke Browning brings Team Redline in. Graham Carroll does the same for AMG Team Petronas. So that is 2nd and 3rd place in. It looks like any problems that we were having on circuit has now stopped. But there's the number 1 car. Just as I say that, we can see the 1 car is in, and that's it for its pit stop. So Luke Browning has brought that number 1 car in for another pit stop. We'll expect the Porsche to come in next time around.
Yeah, so Graham Carroll also in there as well. The cars that were affected by what seemed to be some kind of disconnection issue, 7 cars, including the number 62, so Brabham Esports. Also affected was the number 23, which was Dane Warren in the Porsche Kawanda team. The number 4, Pedersen Floyd Van Wilburst, also affected in the LMP category. And then if we look to the GTE category, it was the number 10 Marla Racing machine, would you believe? And we also think we saw Simsa and ProDrive Fire Esports, their second.
And Pescarolo as well was the other one. So that's all the teams that were affected. And you can see from Marla, 6 minutes and 15 seconds through the 2nd sector, so they lost a huge amount of time.
Well, it's good that that data exists, because that they will then present to race control and say, look, we lost 4.5 minutes, so can we get our lap back? And we've already seen that race control have been able to do all they can when it seems to be a random disconnect. And we've seen that earlier on in the race. And so expect that those teams will have similar treatment. It doesn't solve all of the issues because, as we said earlier, you really need to lose more than, well, if you're an LMP car, you need to lose about 6 minutes to be able to get 2 laps back. And if you're a GT car, then you need to lose 8 minutes to get 2 laps back, or 4 minutes to lose 1 lap back and not lose any time. So race control will do everything they possibly can to make it as fair as possible, especially considering that that all seemed to happen at the same time, quite randomly, frustratingly. But it does seem like all those cars now that were affected are back out on circuit.
That's the most important thing, that all teams are still running.
Hey, Broken Sticks.
We haven't lost any.
Who am I cheering for?
From this race, and the guys.
Have a guess. Who could I be cheering for?
Now be investigating that. Whilst we were
Goldwinger, I think they had a disconnection.
Pit stops going on. Porsche Coanda now bring the number 20 car into pit lane, and on his outlap, Luke Browning has just done an enormous second sector, 120.8. That's the best second sector we have seen so far in this race. So they are wasting no time in getting going in this 7th stint now. And here is a reminder of the order.
So whilst we're in this pit stop phase, Coanda don't have a 1 minute 25 second lead, but they are still at the head of the field. Lots of pit stops happening right now, so very difficult to really say exactly where we're at with 60 laps. What we do know is those that have been affected by that latest disconnect, there is Porsche 23 down there on 20th position. They will now be on a very different strategy, and it's just going to mix things up further. Peugeot Esports had an internet issue at their facility in 23rd position. And in GTE, we got the 77 ahead of the 88, Proton Coanda Esports, with BMW Team BS Competition in 3rd position. That is correct. That is exactly how it stands. And those that were doing a good job earlier on, RHG 888 now up into 8th position. Another half an hour ticks along, and we have the top 2 now coming into the pits. So Porsche Coanda and the Williams Esports number 5 machine. So Browning now pushing hard. Josh Rogers has got back aboard that Porsche Coanda machine. Interesting how frequently Coanda are changing their drivers. Every 20 laps, they've got a new driver lineup in that car, whereas Redline basically had Verstappen in for the first, 2.5, 3 hours? And now Browning's been in there since. They've got 2 other drivers that haven't done anything as yet.
Yeah, well, I wonder what the planning behind this was. I mean, of course, some of the Coanda drivers might be all together, and maybe they've just decided that they just want to keep themselves fresh almost by jumping in and out. But who knows? Different teams, of course, want to play this one differently. No doubt that some teams would have gone through this 24-hour strategy in full and decided which one is the best. But it's definitely an interesting point there, and we'll monitor it as the race goes on. But Luke Browning has brought that gap down to 7 seconds now, whilst those pit stops were
no worries,
on.
Broken
So
Sticks.
good
Obviously, we're cheering for the number 444.
Josh Rogers, and once again, he's now
LMP2.
just set a personal best first sector as well. So he knows he's got a real good chance here to take big chunks out of that lead. And it's now down to just over 6 seconds as we watch the battle between Romain Grosjean. Is this one of the RHG cars? We can see, just trying to pick up which one this is. Is this the 8 or the 18? We'll confirm that in just a second. But making its way down the Mulsanne straight. But going back to that battle, 6.2 seconds, and it will come down even more, I'm sure. As
and it wasn't
Josh
done
Rogers.
in the pit stops. It wasn't.
No, it was on the outlap.
It was on the outlap. So the pit stops were within 4/10 of each other between De Jong and Browning.
but it was all down to that, just fresh tyres, boom.
Yeah. Now this is the 8 RAG. That's a car. They're about to put a lap on the 62 Brabham car. Ahead of that is where we find the number 36.
It seems like the server's a bit itchy.
Which has Colin Spork in, so they are 2 seconds up the road. So this isn't a battle for position yet, but there's 2 cars in between them.
Copy.
And after that, they will then be facing the back of Alpine Esports.
We've got our correspondents out around Europe getting the lowdown and having a look behind the scenes at what it takes to be part of Le Mans Virtual. Alex Brundle has visited Mercedes. He's now down at Williams HQ, and we have Hayley Edmonds out in Paris, in Versailles with Peugeot. Let's go to her now.
Now he froze again, and now he's behind you.
Put in an enormous effort to make us feel like we're actually in a garage of WEC. You know, you've even got up the walls from the box there. Why this decision to take part in the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual? And it's your first esport event.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, this is a great setup. Here we are at the heart of the Peugeot headquarters, Peugeot Motorsport. So the workshop is just next door, and we wanted to be involved in esports in a proper way. The competition is hard, the level is incredible, so we have done this setup in the same way we work in the real life. So there is the virtual race, the real race, and we try to duplicate our setup with the real box, the real trophy, the 9X8.
You mentioned this trophy, of course, 24 Hours of Le Mans. I mean, Peugeot has an enormous history with this legendary race. I mean, this year, you're starting off with the virtual one, and then 6 months down the line, you're going to be taking part in your first real one in the 9X8. It's going to be a big year for you guys.
Yeah. 2023 will be a tough year. We have started with WEC a half season last year, and now we have this full rush until Le Mans in June, in 5 months. So in January we had nothing, so we wanted to start with a virtual race. It's a good start. We involved Gustavo Menezes, one of the 94 car, and it's good preparation for him as well. He's training at the gym every day to be ready for the esports, and it's a good way to launch the year, let's say.
And keep them busy. That's what we like. Thank you very much, Vincent.
Pleasure.
Yeah, and Peugeot as an organisation have some very good sim racers aboard their teams in the 93 and the 94 cars. Unfortunately, most of them are still busy doing various other things this weekend. Otherwise, I think we would have seen a lot more crossover between their real-world drivers and their virtual team that they are entering this weekend. So they have chosen, Chris, to come into WEC at a very tricky time, because for years there's been really very little competition against Toyota. And suddenly they've come in, and yes, they've got a maybe 1 year advantage over many other manufacturers, but still there is so much going on in WEC that they're not just coming in, they're going to have a big flag flying over the Peugeot.
No, I mean, you say that though, that yes, that might be. We'll come back to that in just a second. This is red line, just to pick up on this. This is Chris Lullum going past the 444 of Jonny Edgar, the next view car, and that is pass complete. But yes, that might be a bad thing, but at the same time, it might be a good thing. You know, this is there's more people, there's more buzz around the World Endurance Championship, and that class in particular than there has been for a little while now. So this is probably the best time to enter that, and I think Peugeot got it just right with getting that year's advantage. Yep, it might not give them a lot on track, but at least they're there, they're part of it, they're comfortable now as a team, and now they can go out and try and compete and get some wins.
Very different philosophy on that Peugeot car without a rear wing, which might not work on many of the WEC circuits, but the feeling is that it is a car designed for Le Mans. The focus from the French brand is to win Le Mans, and therefore if they don't go very fast around Portimao, then
so be it.
So be it.
So be it.
It's all about the Circuit de la Sarre. Le Mans, about 3 hours from Paris.
Well, this is Chris Lullum looking back at Jonny Edgar, and got to say what an achievement it is for him to be taking part in a 24-hour race. less than a year ago, of course, Jonny was diagnosed with Crohn's disease and had to pull out of the FIA Formula 3 Championship after the first round. 2 rounds later, he was back and had a run of top 5 finishes in the last 3 rounds, 4 in just 3 rounds, and Jonny Edgar came back just as strong as he left. In fact, got his best results. It was an absolutely fantastic performance from Jonny Edgar, which has secured him a seat at MP Motorsport for this season. Of course, very tough disease to battle with is Crohn's disease, and for Jonny Edgar to be taking part in this event, got to say massive congrats to him to come back from that and compete as well as he did in FIA Formula 3, and now this in the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual.
A Red Bull sponsored driver can see him joining Redline pretty soon.
Well, I think he would definitely suit it there, wouldn't he? Oh, anytime I see that number 2 car near the gravel there now, I do set up my seat slightly after what we saw earlier.
You remember the Edgar family, I'm sure, from
yes.
many a generation.
I saw Jonny Edgar in a
Well, we're not winning, but we're looking
there.
good. Oh,
is that an Alpine or
who's spun?
We saw without a rear wing or a Panis. They look very similar, don't they? It was definitely one or the other. Now that was coming out of a chicane. We will try and investigate who that is in just a second, but yes, I remember seeing. There we go.
Oh, really? Damage, proper damage.
That's the Alpine 36 car.
No, I'm going to say that's the 39.
Or is it the 30? Let's have a look as it comes round.
Could do with some IDs. It's no, it's the graph.
It's the graph. There, you're right. Yes.
So Vincent Capillier.
Alpine fans can take a breath.
Oh, that should be a Code 60,
damage,
really.
Damage as well. You can see the car crabbing along the straight.
That's going to be a long journey back to pit lane now, isn't it?
Now, I'm pretty sure that Vincent is supposed to be joining Bruno van der Stek on the French commentary at some point.
That said, we've got RHG. We did mention how there were a couple of cars between them and the Alpine Esports car. That's no longer the case. They're now right behind the Alpine Esports car. Make that side by side, and that is going to be a change of
very
position
careful
as we
on
approach
the
Mulsanne
next straight
corner.
up
there
to
we
the
go.
Indianapolis. You'll find the
place.
car
Just going
without
back
the
to
rear wing.
that 39
Be
machine.
very careful with that car.
Probably Vincent is one of the oldest drivers in the field. Not going to 100% confirm that, but at 46 years of age, racing from Le Mans, probably racing from the ACO, because he said he was going to be joining Bruno in French commentary as well. And he is one of the pro drivers. Not a huge amount of sim racing experience to his name, but plenty of Le Mans experience, and the founder of the SO24 organisation. Sa Objectif.
Yep, exactly, that was him.
Did do the last year's 24 hours Le Mans, but DNF'd.
Here we can see the 3. Going back to what you were saying, by the way, I remember seeing Jonny in a kart, Jonny Edgar in a kart when he was just, I think he was 3 years old. I was racing in the British Championship, went out of the Rara circuit where a lot of his family used to race. I raced against one of his family members as well at the British Championships. I think it was his uncle. Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic stuff. All of his family members pretty much race. They are a racing family, and he will not be the last of them, I'm sure. Here we can see the Marla team. Jimmy Broadbent is part of that team, of course. He's currently taking a bit of a break. Patel is out there in the car. I believe Jimmy Broadbent is going to be joining us on air, the Praga Cup champion, the man who recently tested a BMW. Jimmy, thank you very much for taking the time to join us. First of all, congratulations on a fantastic season last year. It's great to have you back in the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual. How's it going so far?
Yeah, I mean, going all right, and thank you, Chris. Yeah, nice to be here as a champion, I suppose. It's quite surreal to say that, isn't it? It was going great until a minute ago. But long race, you know, how long left? 20 hours, 14 minutes. And we've got Mohammed at the wheel now. He's very quick, so I'm sure we'll see him claw back some places. But yeah, not ideal.
Of course, you're out there in a BMW M8 GTE. You recently tested a BMW yourself, a GT4 car. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, that was amazing. The brand new M4 GT4 over at a circuit in Spain. I've already forgotten the name of it because my brain's very unique experience having to learn a new car, a new circuit, and also try and deal with the pace at the same time. The car was really nice, really accommodating with the team, and it was so approachable. I mean, to the point where I felt like I could have just, after 10 laps, I was already there, which I think is insane for a race car. So if BMW want to give me some more time in the car, then that'd be great. Put it out there. You know what?
And of course, your teammate from Praga Cup, Gordy Much, is also in this one. How does it feel to be racing against him now?
He said to me, "Watch out for me in the mirror, Jimmy." when he was talking to me earlier. But yeah, really cool to be with him and in the same race. Shame we aren't in the same team, of course, but cool to share the track together. And it keeps me on my toes whenever I see that Bram car come up behind me now.
Jimmy, Ben here. You've obviously this year entered in this race as a pro driver rather than as a sim driver. And
when am I back on track? Roughly in, I think, half an hour.
In the Praga car. Does that bring the dream of racing at Le Mans for real a little bit more realistically and a bit closer?
I mean, maybe. You know, I think it shows. You know, having the time in the Praga is really good for understanding what aero is and how it works, and anything that races at Le Mans, you know, even the GT cars have quite a big chunk of aero to them. And I mean, you know Ben, the Porsche curves are pretty much all about being committed and believing the car's going to stick. And I think I learned that this year, which is good. But yeah, I thought I'd go find you know, a very kind financier, and maybe I'll have a crack at it. But I would love a go. You know, I mean, I always say how lucky I am to take part in these races, but to do the real thing is always going to be a dream, I think.
And Jimmy, you recently, of course, purchased the Praga Cup car that you raced in, and you're starting a bit of a new project with it. Can you just tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. I'll be glad to. So we sort of started this project called Team 87, and it's with the whole goal of the project is to do what Praga kind of did for me, which was to find sim racers around the world and give them a chance to come and drive a real car. You know, give them a chance to see if they actually that those skills do translate. I know they do already, but it's nice to sort of prove the concept further. So we're running our first year this year. It's still sort of work in progress at the moment, but the end goal is to hopefully have people driving the Praga with me. So
wow.
Yeah, a lot of work to do yet, but I'm really excited for it.
I'm looking for a drive, Jimmy. If you need a driver, yeah. I'm a bit overweight, but if you commit to me, I'll commit to you.
Before we let you get back to the race, Jimmy, just one more question. I mean, we've got a lot of people watching. I'm sure you get asked this a lot, but we've got a lot of people watching that want to do the same thing you did. I know James Baldwin did it. Get from racing in esports up to racing the real thing. Just tell us in a few words how you
Ben,
did
the
it.
number 4 suffered from disconnection.
How did you manage to go from going to esports to the real thing, and how that felt?
Luck, mate, is what it is. No, I think it was. You've got to just be consistent. You know, I think Jan Mardenborough, is actually a relevant person to talk about. Said once, if you want something, you have to make it your priority. Everything else is secondary to it. And I did that with sim racing, and once I had the chance to do it in real life, I grabbed it with both hands. I know not everyone's going to get the chance the same way I did. I'm a bit of a YouTuber, so it all came about like that. But there's, you can get into it in other ways. Go down to your sort of local karting circuit, do some rental karting. It's a lot more competitive than you think it is, and it will just make you a better driver. So take every opportunity you can, and just say yes to everything. I think is the best advice I can give.
Well, thanks for everything you've done for esports as a whole, and now for, of course, for motorsport as well. Jimmy, you've done a fantastic job, and all the best for this season as well. Hopefully we get to commentate with each other again at some stage as well, but I'm sure I'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, I can't escape you, mate. I'll see you soon.
Cheers, mate. I'll speak to you soon. All the best.
Always great to hear from Jimmy Broadbent, and the commitment that he's shown to sim racing way before COVID or Le Mans Virtual or any of these things has really been so influential on the success that we now see. the amount of followers that he has. Remember, was it which Le Mans was it? He passed a milestone. Was it last year or the year before? He passed a milestone of 500,000 followers on YouTube whilst Le Mans was going on. We celebrated with him. I can't remember which year that was.
That was the 2020, yeah.
Was that?
Yeah.
So the number 39 car, Vincent Capillier, is back out on circuit. Remember, a few moments ago, he was crabbing along the circuit without a rear wing. This is why. Down the main, into the first corner. Oh, he's got an issue.
Oh. What? Oh!
Oh!
So...
Oh.
Wow. Hello.
Oh, my.
Oh, my. I can't tell you what happened there. He obviously had some kind of...
I'm about to get sick, I think.
Technical issue.
Yeah, I was about to say the same.
Close, Chris.
About to get sick.
Wheel disconnected.
You think the wheel disconnected?
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, okay.
So, that's a real shame.
It's a shame indeed.
Well, he's back out on circuit now, having repaired that car. Obviously lost quite a chunk of time with repairing the machine and getting it back as well to the pit. So he's down to 26th position.
Remember, we said it earlier in the first half an hour. Problems can come for teams. Some of them got it in the early stages, just like those of you who have been and watched Le Mans. You go off and get a bit of food. You come back and realise that there's been a problem for a team. Bruno will be filling you in on that, of course, and we have seen that happen now to another team, and no doubt other teams are going to hit some form of problem along the way.
So often you hear, especially in French motorsport, you hear...
Yeah, Ben, it's surely not good,
but... chooses you. You don't choose to win Le Mans. Le Mans chooses you.
Yeah.
And
well, what can you do,
there
right?
are so many variables. That is because there is so much, not necessarily luck involved, but you can find yourself on the right side of an issue or the wrong side of an issue. For many years, that was simply just a safety car coming out on circuit. Were you in front of it or behind it? Because that could cost you up to 1 or 2 minutes per safety car period. And of course, then you've got the weather involved and all the rest of it. So, whereas in sim racing, there's a huge amount more control, there is still very, very variables. And whether it's your hardware at home, whether it's your steering wheel and pedal set, or your computer overheating, I'm sure we've seen that issue as well, or it's just something completely out of your control.
Like a back marker going into you, or you know. Did the race ever choose you, Ben?
No. No one ever chooses me, Chris. Just sit there and giggle. Why is... What? Wait.
That's why Martin is choosing to walk in now, so I can choose to walk out.
Well, Martin's not paying attention to the schedule because he's not due on until 7 o'clock in the evening. Put your glasses back on. Nice of you to say hello, Martin. Bye-bye. So, Vincent Capillier back aboard that car, 26th position, 2 laps down on the closest competitor, but not behind Metzger Racing Team, who is the last of the running LMP cars. We have one retirement. The Law JMX Phantom Team never got started, and they in the GTE category, and then we also had Angus Fender well, he didn't even do 1 lap, to be fair, and they retired as well. Now, I think...
That happened before the start, didn't it?
Yeah.
As well?
I think P1 Esports may well be another retirement, because we haven't seen them out on circuit for a while. That's the number 111
Yeah,
car.
I think you're correct.
But it's not official.
Until it's official, we'll say they're at very big risk of becoming the next one. Here is ARC Bratislava on track. They are fighting with Arnage, who are there in the pink and whites. They're just coming out of Mulsanne corner now and heading down towards Indianapolis corner. So those two are battling away with each other. Behind this, AMG Team Williams continue to come back through the order and have passed the Le Mans Virtual Cup car with Varkonyi in.
Yes, I'm running on a 444 indeed.
At around 6 seconds since those pit stops. However, on this lap, Luke Browning is 3 tenths
No,
quicker
Henrik, it's not
than
my
Josh
main job.
Rogers.
Would
Josh
be
Rogers in the
awesome,
Porsche
but
Commander,
it's
Luke
not.
Browning in the Team Redline
But
car
you can
in
make it
second.
my main job in the
They are
future if
split
you
by
become a
3
subscriber
tenths
on the
through
YouTube
first
channel
sector.
and on the Twitch
It's
channel.
3 tenths quicker.
It is really interesting to see that.
So yeah,
Browning
if you guys
versus,
want to support me, if you guys want to
Josh
support the
Rogers,
stream,
it's
then
going in Browning's favour.
have
Rogers
a
was the
subscription
fastest man in
on
qualifying
YouTube,
by
have
country
a
mile.
follow up on Twitch, and of
since
course, if
Rogers
you
got
want to
in that
support
car,
us
that gap has dropped from
with
10
a
seconds
monetary
down to 6.
donation, then is
Qualifying
always
is one
greatly
thing,
appreciated,
doing
whether it's by the
over
direct link
24
that you can
hours
find
is
in the
completely
channel or
different,
video
isn't it?
descriptions,
He's taken 3/10 of a
or whether
second
that
in
is
sector
with
one.
becoming a
Some
member
drivers
or
are
a
just- some
Prime
drivers are
Twitch
not good at
subscriber.
qualifying, but are absolutely fantastic in a racing
That's totally up to
situation.
you. I appreciated
And
everything.
Josh Rogers is certainly not the
But
opposite
for
of that.
sure, I
But,
appreciate you
some,
guys having time with us here
as we say,
tonight. We'll be back in the car in roughly half an
You
hour.
can't go and set that exact same pace over the course of a 24-hour race, but you're completely right. They've really turned it on. Team Redline, all side by side in the background. I think that's Brabham being lapped maybe once again by someone else. Either that or that's GR Esport coming
No,
through.
that's Alpine Esports. That's Colin Spork trying to get past the Brabham because he was within a second of Marcel Sinchik ahead. But has actually kind of been a bit blocked there by the Brabham and has lost a big chunk of time. The gap on my timing screen said 1 second between those two, and now he's lost some time. Here is the 23 car, so they are not even on my first timing page.
Victor
now.
the 4
We've had some
suffered
pit
a
stops as
disconnection.
well in GTE. BMW Team Redline yet to take their 4th. Likewise, Sim Maranello. So the order is currently quite fractured there, but we'll wait to see once everyone comes in who is exactly where. But currently, Proton are in second, only 1.3 seconds behind the 71, the 77 car this is. But we are yet to see the 71 car come in for its 4th stop. Likewise, Sim Maranello. After that, we should see the 88, the 89, and the 99 move back up the order.
So who is in that Brabham car then? Because actually, they aren't being passed very easily just ahead of the 23.
Arnie Skoonville, yeah. Who we've seen several times through the season doing a really good job.
And he's actually being chased by this car. So that is a separate battle for 21st position. Porsche Commander versus Brabham Esports, Skoonville and Dane Warren.
Last time round, he was quicker than Josh Rogers. So
what is going on?
Bulldozer stint schedules are, let's say, very lively and very much
I wonder whether we're seeing Rogers
I don't know
try
if
to
that's
squeeze
going to
another
be a
lap.
great toe, but I wouldn't expect so.
Yeah.
I think that's down to some very quick driving over the course of that lap. But Arnie Skoonville doing a really good job here.
And we are seeing the timing screens lighting up, actually. There's a lot of fast lap times coming in. Marcel Sinchik has just done the car's best lap in the number 8 to try and get away from Colin Spork whilst he's got a bit of clear track.
Just looking back, Arnie did race in 2020 with WRT with Dries Van Tour, Kelvin van der Linde, finished 7th place overall. So has experience doing this and has experience in the top 10. It's got some work if they want to get that back this time around.
Don't pay too much attention to the timing screen on the left-hand side for the moment. We've still got cars on different strategies right now. Benito owes us a pit stop in the 71, as does Sim Maranello in the 26. So that would put the 77, then the 88, and then the 89, which is what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
Battle for effectively 4th position.
Yeah, this is a battle for position between these two. And we jump on board with Dennis Jordan, Alan Terzic ahead for BS Competition, who, as we said earlier, took their very first podium in Le Mans Virtual Series last time out at Sebring. Red Bull Racing, who won the first round of the season. Yet
just
to
watch
return
the
to
race and
podium
try to
since
stay
then,
late.
Trying to get back there, but they've got to get past BS Competition before they can chase after those top 3 as we head down to Arnage now. They're taking a slightly tighter line. BS Competition using all the track and a little more on the outside there, but this is 2 very high-profile drivers going head-to-head at the head of the GTE field then.
We're ticking on to 4 hours completed here at the Circuit de la Sarre, the third running of the Le Mans Virtual. Plenty of battles all over the field and plenty of racing still to come. 20 hours still remain. We're going to have a little pit stop swap, I should say, in our commentary position. And let's have a look at what happened in the first 4 hours. Racing started 1 o'clock UK time, 2 o'clock in France, and Max Verstappen in the LMP category down the inside of the two Porsches to its outside and taking the lead. There was a lot going on in that first stint as the real-world racing drivers did the first couple of stints of the race and needed to try and sort themselves out from where their sim racing counterparts had qualified them. An early incident for the 86 GR machine. But it was a great push from James Baldwin in the AMG Mercedes. He hadn't qualified very well, but he was chasing down to try and get up into first position. Verstappen spun, and the 20 Coanda car took the lead. And it was also Porsches at the front in GTE, 1, 2, 77 and 88. This big moment for Team Mexico, who was slow to try and get past Simsa, caught the side of the Ferrari and spun in the Porsche curves. They are now last in LMP. And as soon as Graham Carroll got aboard the AMG Mercedes, he lost the position to Luke Browning, who had taken over from Max Verstappen. Browning back up to second position. He's been on a charge ever since, Browning, and we are about to see a really good fight. GR Esports in more strife down at the forward chicane. And a little bit balked by traffic. It happens at Le Mans. That's our leader, Josh Rogers, aboard the 20 car. This was the last big crash for Vincent Capillier, whose steering wheel decided to detach from its car, and it sent him into the wall at maximum velocity. Did get back to the pits, got a real
Hey
win,
Alexio,
and will
how
be
you
back
doing?
out onto circuit.
Sarah,
Peugeot Esports also making
we're doing
a
alright, we're
progress
doing
from
good.
the tail of the
We're
field
soon going to be
after
back into the
an early
car.
disconnect.
So that means Papa Michi is about to
And so here
get
is where
back
we
on
are
track
at after just over
for
4
some
hours
testing,
worth of racing.
for some
The
warm-up.
20 has a 6.1 second lead over the number 1, with AMG Team Petronas 21 back. RHG in 4th position, and then in 5th Alpine. Plenty of cars out of position after various disconnects and issues. Porsche Carrera 23, Floyd Vanwall Burst, the number 4. Big names at the bottom of our standings is LMP. And we still are owed pit stops from the 71 and the 26 in GTE, meaning Proton Coanda is a 1-2 at the moment. The early leaders, the 888s and the 95, also having disconnection issues. So Chris McCarthy's gone to have a little rest, and I am now joined once again by Lewis McGlade.
Oh, I was like, do I add in here? I was like, no, I'm gonna let you suffer there.
I was thinking about introducing you a different way, and that confused my brain.
What I said before, I got invited to a little party, and I got a sticker by John Ratcliffe, who's doing some of our social media and stuff, that said Chris McCarthy on it.
Brilliant.
So I was like, thanks mate. Thanks, mate.
What party was that, by any chance? Was that one of those parties I wasn't invited to around Christmas time?
All parties. Yeah, no, exactly.
All parties.
All parties. I get invited to all of them, and I choose not to go because I'm just that kind of person.
You're that comfy jumper guy in the corner.
I did almost do my my quiz in my comfy jumper, which of course you'll be able to see. I think a little bit later on. We've all got our own little bits, and it'll be all done.
How'd you get on my specialist subject?
I got 2 questions in your specialist subject.
Did you?
Right. Yes.
Oh wow, that bodes well for me then.
I think you'll do all right. I think you'll do all right. It's like I say, it's an exciting quiz. I don't know when it's going to be posted, but they will be. Obviously, whilst you're over there, go and follow everything on #LeMansVirtual and tell us what's going on in your life whilst we're watching this fantastic battle for the race lead.
Yeah, remember you can interact with us, and this is not really a battle for the race lead. It is
kind of, but
it is. We can get really excited by it, but it's kind of fake.
Yeah.
Because Enzo Benito does owe us a pit stop, and so he won't really fight the Proton Commander 77 that slides its way up back into first position. It does seem to be going the way of the Porsches very cleanly at the moment.
It's kind of one of those ones where, as I was saying to Martin earlier, because how they're red line going longer, etc., and how things are working out, it's kind of one of those ones that it'll almost look kind of 50-50 for a very long time, and then about 6 hours into the race, 7-8 hours into the race, suddenly you'll be like, oh, hang on, they've got like a minute 30 lead. Where did that come from? And it will just be because whichever one it is, it's because of the pit lane strategy. And of course, we do have a little bit of rain in the air as well. It is expected, I think it's about a 50% chance of rain for the next hour, not to go all meteorologist on you. It's about 50% chance of rain in the next hour or so. And then the hour following that, it's about 75 to 80% chance of rain. So it's lingering, shall we say.
Well, the shadows that we saw earlier on have gone now.
Yeah.
So it's the sunshine that we had has definitely disappeared. What do you think's working out better here? The flat-out Porsche strategy, or this attempt from Redline to go long in the 71? They obviously feel as though they haven't got the outright pace, and so they're trying something different.
I don't think that. Yeah, the BMW is struggling a little bit on speed comparatively to some of the other GTs in outright lap time. But this is the whole thing with
Bulldog, they are still in the race, but yeah, pretty far down.
Just because your car's maybe not as fast over a lap, there are other ways.
Thank you, Alexio. Much appreciated.
Actually, I think 3 times last season from the BMW Team Redline squad. I would lean more towards the going longer strategy, but is it going longer and forsaking too much pace that you're kind of staying on that ship for as long as possible? This car's worked its way forward quite a bit. The early issues for
Matteo, thank you for the follow.
Car and, issues a little bit yesterday. Dennis Jordan behind the wheel trying to catch down Alan Terzic, 2 drivers that have seen each other a fair share in the sim racing world in rFactor 2, as the 71 comes into the pit lane as expected. It owes a pit stop, and it's now in.
Absolutely. So that will now give us a better clue as to where we're at so far. But as you say, Lewis, I guess in 2 hours' time, after 6 hours, you can kind of work out where everybody is mathematically timesing it by 4, and work out if it's working for Redline or not. But ultimately, they're still going to basically win the championship. And is that enough, though? Half the money is in Le Mans as well,
Exactly.
So you're going to want to win Le Mans too.
Yeah, exactly. This is the whole thing of like, as much as there is the prestige of winning the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual, which is a big deal, but there is a lot of prize money as well. Again, the prize pool for this championship is $250,000, and in each category, I can't remember what the winning. I think it's 15 grand is the winning total for the class winner in the championship, and then again the same amount for winning Le Mans. So if you want to win the most money, you have to win the championship and win this race as well, which of course Redline did with the Real Team Hydrogen Redline and their GTE contingent last year. But like I said, that's always got to be the goal, surely, and I'm not sure it is where BMW Redline are. I think they are struggling a little bit too much on speed.
This is the battle we're seeing
warm up with wet driving or with dry driving.
Oracle and BMW BS competition. They're going flat out. On your right-hand screen is race control. Fede, Jimmy, Eduardo and Lewis in there trying to keep everybody as happy as possible. Not always easy.
Oh, I don't think Jimmy's trying to keep people happy. I think he's more than happy to be like, right, no, none of you, no.
Lewis isn't asleep, but he won't be listening to us, so
no one knows.
Okay.
No one knows us. You're okay. We're safe.
There is those drivers that are logged in. Trying to see if there's anything exciting in there. Squint hard. Of course, so many drivers this year, more and more, I think, Lewis, sharing rigs. And so actually even jumping in and out of the same rig.
I did actually, so I heard about this. So this car actually that we're looking at here, this is not a shared rig, but I was kind of wondering, because obviously we have, I can't remember how many, I think it's 164 simulators.
Okay.
Might be 163, but somewhere in that vein. Of course, there's 180 drivers, which means there is quite a lot that are sharing. There is rain coming down as well, so we do have some rain in the air. I'll just very quickly finish my point about the Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports. One of their drivers, Alex Siebel, who is not racing this 24-hour virtual, his simulator is actually in use though by another driver from the GR Esports team. Because
so here comes the rain.
Had a bit of an issue with this simulator earlier on, and so thought, right, what do I do? And then basically went to his mate and was like, mate, can I borrow your rig for the day? And Alex went, yeah, right, go on then. Off he goes, huh?
Windscreen wipers are on. Now is the time to really monitor how these guys are driving. Are they able to lean on the car? Are they able to ask grip of the tyres? Or is it too wet? Suddenly, all of those planned decisions, all that strategy, the piece of paper that you were given, Lewis, gets ripped up and out the window. We've just seen pit stops from all of our LMP category. So everybody is pretty much on the same strategy there. Those
no gold winger I can't, but
issues. We've just also seen
Bono will read the chat anyway now, and
Sim Marinello and
he will enjoy what you've just said.
They are now on the same amount of pit stops in GTE. But if they all have to come in at the same time because it's raining, that resets their strategies as well.
I will just say this rain right now is really, really not heavy. There's certainly there would have been the brief, oh, it's raining, and they'd be like, right, yeah, whatever. You know, get back on with it, focus on with it. This is not raining heavy enough to really talk wet tyres.
No, look how much they're leaning on the cars still. They can throw the cars in.
By the way. That was a brilliant shot. Love that.
It was almost like...
So, since you guys appreciated the warm-up last time, here we warm up. What is the rain intensity? Copy. Valoron, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Well, Alexio, you can subscribe to the YouTube channel and then you'll find a couple of tutorials already in the playlist. See if they can help you. intensity still drizzle. Matteo, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah. Seriously? How many laps left? That would be an option, yeah. Yep. For you? It's a red flag. Red flag.
In the race, so I'm not sure. We were talking of a few technical faults before earlier on, and we might this could be on our end. We have had this before, where it's been on our end, so we will not panic immediately.
Just having a look at the timing screens, they are starting to light up with
stopped on circuit.
Everything freezes.
So I believe we might have a touch. Like I say, race control will be passing us the information, but we've got our current standards.
No, they're gonna give
so
us
we've got
new.
a red flag out on circuit. I'm afraid. Just as the rain started to make it interesting, Josh Rogers in the 20 car with a 6.5 second lead over Team Redline's #1, and then AMG Petronas at the 63 in 3rd position. Many teams and cars have had various maladies, whether it be shunts or internet issues or disconnects. Peugeot Esports down there in 25th position. Rocket at the very bottom of the field. In the GTE category, it's been plain sailing for
Well, it is safe to say that they're using a different plugin, and I guess
up to 3rd position, but
maybe they're going to
BMW
disable
Team
that
BS
for the sake
one
of
the early disconnections,
server stability.
and therefore that's why they fell down a couple of positions. We've seen issues for the number 11. We've also had the 888 have problems, and the 95 with 2 disconnections early doors. They are down there in 14th position, but with a red flag, the only way that we can do anything about getting the race restarted is effectively a safety car restart. So everybody on the same lap will end up behind the safety car.
Yeah, so of course we had 2 red flags in the initial running, in the inaugural running of the 24-hour Le Mans
We
Virtual.
lost 2 minutes, and it's... this is good for us.
We had 2. We had 2 in the first year, yes. And they were both half-an-hour delays. And I will say, and for anyone who's going to sit there and be like, oh my God, having a red flag out so bad, or whatever, yeah. It's like, fair enough. These things happen. They're technical fault. I mean, it is incredibly hard to run a server with this many people, this much going on. There are some things that do go awry every now and then. Maybe the server needed a bit of a reset anyway, for a bit of a breather. But I will just say, the first running had an incredible end to the race.
Yeah, guys, server issues, red flag for the moment.
I genuinely believe it was because when the red flags came out, it spiced up the strategy something crazy, and this might be in the same boat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, needed it this early.
I think I said it earlier on, the unpredictability of Le Mans is the reason why Le Mans has always such incredible racing, because you just never know. And in sim racing, certainly when I became heavily involved in endurance sim racing, you always knew exactly what was going to happen. There was never any unpredictability because everybody is able to prepare so well. And the circuit conditions are so constant. There isn't lots of dirt and rubbish and the pollution on track that you get in the real world. And so that is why it is so enjoyable to have interruptions like this. Right, we're going to take a quick break and just reset in just a second. We must always thank our sponsors for making this Le Mans Virtual happen.
During the 24 hours of Le Mans, Total Energies provides the biofuel that
Guys,
leads to victory. However,
Damien Scoron has won the EEVC thing in Maastricht.
So for the
yeah.
Virtual Series Grand Finale,
Great.
Total Energies presents Pit Stop, refueling bars made from grapes.
Yeah.
The same ingredient we use to produce our 100% certified sustainable fuel for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Designed to feed and fuel drivers and help them become the greatest champions. Don't you agree, champ? Pit Stop, virtual race, real power.
A huge thank you to Total Energies, not only for the great support that they put into all forms of endurance racing, but also that...
Yeah, we have no damage, but we would be allowed to be repaired, yeah.
A bar that we can keep fueled from the fuel that they create the fuel for the WEC. So biofuel used in WEC, created from grapes, and we've been munching on them around the corner.
We have been. Maybe a little bit too much for some, but it will keep us going until the early hours of the morning. I say it's such a fantastic thing. Obviously, we had all of our sponsors behind the scenes. They bring us so much when it comes to sort of crazy bits and bobs, crazy ideas. We had, of course, Lego Technic last year. You all built all your trophies and everything. So Thrustmaster stepping it up and being like, Total Energy stepping it up and being like, oh, actually, let's.
I'll scan through the Discord.
Speaking of Thrustmaster, there was that competition, of course, that you can find a little bit more by going onto the Le Mans Virtual Series Twitter and Instagram, everything on there, where you can have your chance of winning a
Luca.
T818. You'll find out all the information on there, and we will do.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know what exactly is causing it. I have an idea, but let's see what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Direct drive is the way to go these days if you want a high-performance wheel, and Thrustmaster recently getting involved in that kind of line, but of course one of the very best steering manufacturers, whether it be entry-level or whether it be top-end stuff. And we do have to say a huge thank you to Thrustmaster and Eric, who's here today, for their continued support. Yeah,
we have to be nice to them now.
Well,
Not that we aren't normally.
Always. They're actually based in Brittany. So only a couple of hours away from Le Mans as a company, and so a French company, goes without saying, and a local industry to Le Mans.
Yeah, like I say, it's
Firefly and Michelin Pool Pilot Sport Cup 2. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated, guys. Welcome to the stream. So it seems like they have shut down everything at their site because the Zoom went down. I was just waiting for TeamSpeak to collapse as well.
Which I think looks absolutely amazing. Either way, yeah, we'll keep the topic a little bit on the race because it was interesting until that point. Obviously, we had a couple of issues, ups and downs, but yeah.
I've got a couple of questions for you, because firstly, let's analyse what's going on at the very, very head of the field. Yep. Max Verstappen did Max Verstappen things, was aggressive, got to the front of the field.
Perhaps
until he got held in the pits because
but then let's see.
Of traffic.
Shouldn't be the weather report out now anyway.
Why have Coanda decided to offset themselves over the majority of the LMP field? Everyone was pitting at the same time, but Coanda just went that one lap longer. That surely is not going to have a great difference in the overall scheme of things.
No, this is why I think this might, when we eventually get around to restarting, this might actually open up something so that something's going like, oh, actually, maybe we should actually rather go to the 9th lap or the 10th lap, whatever they can reach. And that was the kind of thing on the first set of stops. It was basically Team Redline came in one lap earlier because they wanted to get out of the traffic. Because obviously you think if I pit one lap early, then surely not everyone's going to come in one lap early. But when you're the race leader and then you come in one lap early, everyone else goes, oh, I'm going to come into the pit lane. You think, oh. Yeah, and that's exactly what happened with Team Redline. They've come into the pit lane to try and offset themselves already so they have a bit more clean air. And it ended up being Porsche Coanda who were just going to the maximum of the tank. That ended up being like, oh, well, everyone else has already pitted. So we actually have the pit lane to ourselves anyway. It's the luck of the draw. When you're the leader, you have to take those kind of gambles as to whether you're going to try and get out of the sequence.
Yeah, but I think there's a high chance that lap 72 is going to be the comeback lap because everyone should have finished that, and lap 72 was when Alpine boxed.
When we go back to green flag conditions, is everyone gets reset. They all get a fuel tank of fuel again.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it will nullify any kind of mid-stint that people are in, right?
Yeah, I like I say, with it being a full reset. I think they'll learn from the initial race start and kind of see where they might end up a little bit later on, as you can do in this, because they'll have to do formation up again. They'll have to basically completely reset themselves again. So it'll be interesting.
It does feel like, though, that happened at quite a fair time. There was everybody was on the similar strategy, even in GTE, where there is a bit more of a split. We saw just before the red flag, Team Redline had made their pit stop. So it was only really people who had been penalised earlier on that were offset from what we're seeing, and so it doesn't feel like it's favoured one person over another.
No, which like I said, they're all.
That red flag's not nice though.
Red flags when it comes to things
like
that's just the nature of things, and we say this time and time again. When it comes to sim racing, when it comes to motorsport, it simply isn't fair, and that's just sometimes how it goes.
Right, well, whilst we've got this real red flag, we've got a chance to dive out to our correspondents out there in the field. We've seen Haley over in Versailles in Paris, and Alex has been flying around between Mercedes and Williams Formula One teams. At those Formula One factories is their esports facilities, and Seb Hawkins is the manager down at Williams with Alex now.
We're back at Williams Esports with esports team manager Seb Hawkins. Seb, you can see the amount of effort, you can see the amount of resource going into this race. Give us a feel for just
for sure. I guess they're sorting some stuff.
Or indeed, woman hours go into putting together a race like this.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, we've got as many members of staff as we can actually have at the lounge at the moment in time, and it's still not even half of what we have around the world at the minute that's supporting the drivers. So as you see, 2 drivers here, but we've got drivers all over the place. So it's a lot of time, a lot of commitment, and obviously bringing as many people as we can to be together, because that's great, but we're equally all online talking to each other as well at the same time.
Talk to me about how that's done. How do you keep all of these drivers together and make sure you've got the right drivers in the right rigs at the right time to make sure the cars keep moving out on track?
Yeah, so obviously, like every team, we're planning our stints, trying to work out time zones and where's best for which driver in the car at the time. And obviously, some of our pros have got different commitments and things happening, so just trying to balance.
F1 Arcady video, and they saw you were using the Formula Pro car. That doesn't sound right.
Channels and servers and TeamSpeak and you name it. And it's just a case of everybody turning up at the right time and all doing their little bit. If everybody's doing their little bit, we're usually in sync, so it's good.
And the media turn up and make your lives very, very difficult indeed. It's an incredible setup here. There will be lots of viewers at home who fancy driving for Williams Esports, both in your programs in Virtual Le Mans, in F1 Esports. How do you select your drivers? I want to drive for F1 Esports. How do I do it?
Yeah, it's we've got multiple processes. Things like this are great. We can see talent. We can see talent that's on the horizon. You know, social media shows us when people are jumping in and out of contracts, which is always good for those that are pre-established. But ultimately, there's a lot of talent coming up through the ranks, and a lot of people getting involved in sims and games very early on. So we're always looking, seeing kind of who's in the different teams, the community teams, and being there to kind of provide a place where they can join us, learn the skill sets of being a professional. And we're here we've also got an academy as well, so a place where drivers can show what their talent is over a space of 3 to 6 months. And it's you know, as the world of sim racing grows, there's more and more people getting involved in it, so there's plenty of people to choose from, so it's good.
Have you got a car underneath you this weekend?
I think so, yeah. It's been good. It's been, you know, we've had our hurdles at the start of the race and during the race, but, you know, I think so far we're looking like we're in a good position, so it's good.
Seb, thanks a lot. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
Fascinating chat there from Seb Hawkins and Lewis Williams. We see them, obviously, as Le Mans Virtual Series team, but their scope is possibly one of the biggest sim racing esports teams that there is. Across all the different platforms.
Yeah, they've got drivers at the front of iRacing. They've got drivers.
Yeah, arguably. I think they're going to put some percentage of both.
A few
so it's not 7 hours for the max time anymore, but 6:50 something.
For one reason or another, we're in January, so there's a lot of people's contracts are up, and a lot of teams have. You know, they've recently just picked up Charlie Crossland as well, who's come over from G2 Esports. Over on the ACC side. They've got a lot of promising young talent, including one driver who is an ACC specialist, but I do want to see him on this, which is Dara McCormack. He's a fantastic, he's really come into his own. Want to see him on there. But like you say, Williams Esports are in that camp with quite a few teams that are multi-disciplined. It's, you know, normally in the world of motorsport, you think, you know, they're good at rally, they're good at, you know, driving on circuits, rallycross, doing truck racing, doing oval racing. That's a multi-discipline driver. In sim racing, whilst we do have the same thing, we have multi-platforms. And for those of you at home, you might think, yeah, but surely it's just driving. It's, you know, 4 wheels race car. Surely it's the same. It's not. Even things that are on multiple platforms, they will drive differently on each platform, and you have to get used to each one. Of course, you know, you all know that. You've done your fair share of sim racing in the recent past. It's one of those things you've got to get used to as a driver and understand. And I think Williams are one of the teams that are at the forefront of being at the front on multiple platforms.
And they've just announced a brand new team manager or team principal at Williams Formula One team, James Vowles, who is an avid sim racer himself.
Is he
Used to
really?
be very good in karts, and he now does a little bit of sim racing as a hobby. But that does also, when you're in the esports organisation at Williams and you look at a new team principal coming in who is a fan of that, you go, brilliant, okay, we're secure, we're stable here. We run our Williams esports program for the F1 esports, but we've also got everything else covered bases. And of course, the team is used by other teams to run their cars. Yeah. So you've got the Williams esports car, the number 5, in this particular race, but then there's the Williams AMG car, which is a weird mix between the two places that Alex has been today, Mercedes and Williams, and they're an amalgamation of the two.
Yeah, of course, because it's the AMG that they're being run under is from Mercedes, not obviously nothing to do with Mercedes F1. That's just how it goes. Meanwhile, the AMG Petronas, that is backed by it's all sim racing's very confusing.
Yes,
and let's not even get into Marla right now. Right?
I've already mentioned it once.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we've already gone there.
Oh, are they Williams or are they? They're BS competition in this. That's fine. But yeah, it's all very confusing on that side of things. It's one of the things that we kind of have to try and keep up with when it comes to the world of sim racing. But I think it's absolutely fantastic. Like I say, whether it is team managers or even the
hardly is a false friend though
in sim racing and motorsport. The big crossover is of course with Max Verstappen. You know, not to beat that one to death because we've spoken about it so many times, but it is relevant. The fact that Max Verstappen is one of the fastest drivers in the world, arguably the fastest driver in the world. He's won 2 Formula 1 World Championships and is an avid sim racer. Not just as, it's something fun to do every now and then, but he is deeply connected to sim racing and he cares about sim racing. You know, the Team Redline, he doesn't just show up and goes, right, let's just do a race at the weekend or whatever. It means a lot more. He is determined, and it's having drivers and having that connection. Filip Drugovich, of course, winning in F2, obviously taking part in this, and he also has that same level of care. So we've got that thing. We've got this link in motorsport from drivers, from broadcasters, from team managers that care about sim racing not only as a bit of a hobby, a bit of a joke, a bit of a game, but more so from a fact that this is actually a real race and a real thing to actually care about.
Yeah, I think the attitude towards racing online, let's not say sim racing, but just racing online has changed so much since COVID because people were able to access it and be educated by it. And whether it is a simulator like rFactor 2, which is used or certainly was used as a platform for those F1 teams to do extra practice. Once the testing ban came in, it must have been 15 years ago now, they used rFactor. Yeah. They used this platform to then manipulate their models to be able to use as a test bed at their factories. Nowadays, software has been developed so far away from that principal rFactor Pro, but ultimately the base is still there. This is a simulator. There are other competitions out there that don't really simulate what you would feel in the real car at all, but they're still racing each other. They're still having a race. And I think whether it's that one or the other one, the motorsport community are now still racing, regardless of whether it's like driving an LMP2 car.
We can discuss that, yeah.
A really easy thing to get in and be able to play with your fingers and thumbs.
Well, because there's things that it's all one thing. We're all like one. Whether it is like you say,
I'm trying to get clarification, but yeah,
they're crazy arcadey, or whether it's Mario Kart, it doesn't really matter.
Love Mario Kart,
but we all do.
Absolutely,
it's at the end of the day, racing is racing.
Link is not working anyway right now.
That's the important thing. That it's all kind of in that same language. And it's that close link to motorsport. Even if it is that arcade, it still gives you that vibe, that understanding, and that kind of feeling.
Right then, whilst we get our grid reformed and go racing once again, let's remind you of what we've had so far in about 4 hours and 30 minutes of racing before the red flag. Local time, 2 o'clock, we went racing. Max Verstappen, super aggressive at the start, from the second row of the grid, down the inside, before even he got to the first kink. That man took the lead of the race, and look how cool and collected he was. There were plenty of cars out of position because the sim drivers had qualified, but the real pros were in the cars for the first stint, and that did cause quite a few little spins and errors. James Baldwin was absolutely mega in the Mercedes AMG car, getting himself up to 3rd position. Coanda have looked really strong. The 77 and the 88 in GTE, there and thereabouts throughout, although others have had more maladies. This was a big shunt for Mexico Racing Team. trying to be careful around Sim Maranello and ultimately having a big one. Graham Carroll jumped aboard the Mercedes, Luke Browning aboard the #1 red line, and Browning moved himself up into second position. They were 11 seconds behind Coanda Porsche at this point. When the red flag flew, it was down to 6. GR Esports have had a difficult one. That was the first lap out of the pits for Rixon and straight into the wall. It's not all plain sailing for our leader though, still having to be careful amongst traffic, losing a little bit of time, Josh Rogers there through the first chicane. This was a big one as well. Steering wheel detaches itself from computer.
Yeah.
Car goes flying.
The question would be like, Dawid, would you feel more comfy in the start, or were you?
I think our oldest competitor.
Okay.
But he is back out onto circuit. Was back out into the race, and so we now
so
will
we decide on the weather then.
We'll take lap 70, I believe, and we will reform the grid behind the safety car. We will do a warm-up lap, and then we will go racing. So
I grab coffee
that
for 3 minutes.
basically
Be back
brings
then.
us down, if my timing screen is correct, from 1st down to 20th. They were all on the lead lap, and that includes Williams Esports 53 that had such a difficult start to the race, Lewis. They were 3 minutes and 15 seconds behind the leader. They'll now be on the lead lap in a nice queue. They'll probably still be 15, 20 seconds back from Josh Rogers once we get back going again. But that's a big carrot for them to enjoy. There are other drivers within that unfortunately have not made that one lap cut, and there are other cars even further down. But for them, and if we look into the GTE category, almost everybody in GTE, apart from ProDrive, Simsa, and Satellite Racing, also are all on the lead lap. So they will all compress as well. Oh no, that's not true, is it?
So this is the thing with what we're seeing here. I'm not 100%. I was just trying to check to see what was coming in from race control. I will just say this sometimes can be a bit of a long process. Normally for Le Mans Virtual, when we had the two in the very first year of Le Mans Virtual, this typically took about half an hour to get everything up and running. Sometimes it can take a little bit longer than that. Sometimes it can be a little bit quicker, but 9 out of 10, it's probably going to be slightly longer, because for race control, this is an unbelievable headache. It's a headache in the real life, but it's just as much a headache in the sim, because you've got to think, right, if we pull the result from there and then take one lap back to then try and bring it back to this point, so then we need to get everyone in position, and then we need to do a full formation. It's a lot of work for them to try and figure out bit by bit.
So of course the result that I've just talked to you about is based on the leader, so the LMP leader. It doesn't reset that lap for the GTE category. So that is why we've got, at the moment, the 77 and the 88 on our timing screens are a separate lap away from most of the rest of the GTE field. So if we grid it like that, they will have a 1 lap advantage over the majority of the GTE field. The reason why it looks like that is because it's not based on the leader of the GTE and backwards. And if you did that, you would put the 77 and the 88 on the same lap as everybody else, but it's based on the leader in LMP. So that's, as you say, it's a headache, because that's another headache I've just pointed out to them.
Yeah, because for race control, obviously they don't want to leave it where it's just sort of like, right, well, we had a red flag, they've lucked into. I know sometimes, like I said, sometimes luck is a part of it, and we were all talking about.
So what did Ellison just say?
A bit earlier, I'd rather be lucky than good, right? And it is a case. Like,
I can't be good, so I have to rely on
to be lucky.
Yeah,
all of us in the comedy booth are in that boat. Don't worry. I'd rather be lucky than good. What that means is, sometimes like you can be the fastest out there, but if you don't have the luck, then you're not going to win. But sometimes you can be the worst out there, and yet still, it just goes that way. And I say it might be that way for Proton Commander, but let's be honest, Racing Control don't want that.
We have activated our correspondents out and about, because red flags are the perfect opportunity to get pit reporters to work.
What did he
I
say?
was pit reporter once. I know very well. Normally you're sitting down watching the race, but when there's no race to watch, you got to work. Alex, are you there? Can you hear me?
I certainly can, and I'm standing
I don't know,
here
to be honest.
in
What
the
if we
middle
just
of
leave it
Williams
like,
Esports, as
Bono,
I
what's
have
your
been,
thoughts?
for most of this afternoon. It was so interesting to watch the game go down here. Watch the
we can do it like that.
Immediately on what their strategy will be moving forward through the race. You can see them working away behind.
So you want me to join?
Just because the game has both drivers as well, Will and Jack, immediately jumping on the test rigs and getting their maximum amount of testing done. obviously a bit of a change of the conditions before the red flag, so they want to get their head around that and try to throw the same conditions on their test rigs to immediately get their heads around it. The full team just over to the left behind me have been hard at work as well, trying to reconnect and get absolutely ready for when we get underway again. So it's all action, despite what you might be seeing on your screens here at Williams Esports.
Alex, I want to ask you a question, because you've been to many Formula One factories in your time. You've been to many factories of WEC teams, and so you know what they look like. You know what they feel like. How surprised are you at what these esports academies and centres look like in comparison to what you know from the real world? How surprised are you at how amazing they look?
Well, both Mercedes down at Brackley and here at Williams Esports are very, very impressive indeed. I'm looking at 25 simulators here, several of which are prepared for professional level racing. Mercedes had lesser simulators, but engineers everywhere doing their
I assume
job.
that, yeah.
The sheer manpower and the amount of people working around me here quite
Yeah, just loaded all
incredible,
cars now
and the
as
level of
entering.
engineering is quite incredible too. It is absolutely sure that everything about
Just
this
need
is
to find you on that long
incredibly
list.
real. It just so happens that the cars are racing on a virtual racetrack.
What is it that Jimmy Broadbent says, Lewis?
Please no Pantorino.
No.
What? I don't know. I've actually got that here.
The cars, the cars might be fake, but the racing is real, and the people behind
He
it.
does also say that quite a lot.
Does he? No, he doesn't say that. Other people say that to him.
Yeah, but that's where it came from. It was from him saying it constantly. More from that
You-
later on, though.
you
We're
can
not
select
doing
me
that
now,
today.
then.
It's far too early to start random.
They say they're gonna make it an entry. We don't know. I have control, yeah. I have control. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Oh, fuck this. Yep. Go back to the understeering shitbox, I guess. I'm actually a bit scared, to be honest, because I haven't really done a test start whatsoever. The temperature is lower already. Yeah, might be a good shout. Hey Reuven. Yeah guys, sadly I have no access to YouTube chat messages with the Restream app currently. It's a shame. Thank you Cirque for the follow, much appreciated. Did someone say something about rFactor 2 not being the right sim to choose or what? Bono. Oh. Which tire we pick? just leave it as it is and deal with the rain how it comes. I assume 3 minutes. Guys, who are P11 on the red flag? P11. But, yeah. Question is how quick is it going to go wet? Yeah, but yeah. I mean, probably it's like a good idea to wait and see. Well, say as long as there is no raindrop, I'm not gonna do what you just said. It should. Yeah. We're gonna see what they do, then I'll set in the grid. Close to none. But certainly less. And I would smoke the tires up. This is still free practice, guys, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I consider it too, but I need a confirmation of these drops before gridding. Unable. Yeah, like that works, but I don't know how, like, yeah, yeah, I mean, effectively we're gonna survive that, yeah. Let's see how much time we actually get for the gridding. 3 minutes. Negative. No rain so far. And I'm sitting on the grid. Because, yeah, instructions, you know. Dry. Yeah, they're making sure everyone's on the grid now, so same for everyone. So let's hope that the addition of laps will fix it. The position, I mean. Proper Jimmy. Yeah, but I understand him. Danke, Luca. They said they're gonna fix it, so probably they call each one by one to release out of the year of cone, I can imagine. Yeah. They're gonna have to do a lot of editing, because we're gonna get penalties just for being stationary and shit. Well, let's see how they manage it. Don't worry, I'll complain if something's wrong. At least you got a stream from the server, so enjoy it. Why? You what? You know what's going to be funny? When the game calls green flag, while we still sit stationary in year of cone. Penalties. $16 still. Don't complain now, just wait and see. Because people in the front are that shouldn't been there as well. Like, everyone's going to complain. They said it's not the position that, like... I mean, surely there are some guys in the top 5 that they were at the very back of the grid. I don't know, some GTE I think, but like just look at P13. The guy in P13 was the car that flipped 8 times and lost the rear wing, so he was surely a few laps down. Yeah, we might not catch the safety car even before we get going with the race. I'm gonna build that when we go green. Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Doing. Thank you, boys, for the follows. Much appreciated. Welcome to the second part of the race. We've just had a red flag. Resuming the race soon. We don't know it. There was just a red flag. We don't care why. We just accept it. Papacoon, thank you so much for a Prime subscription on the Twitch channel. Appreciate it. Welcome to the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual. Note down the stop and go penalty to be removed soon, please. Thank you. Copy. That's Aizu, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it, welcome. So they're gonna apply some magic and then it's just some 19 somewhat hours to go. Yeah, but they need to reorder that grid. Dawid, is Jesper doing something or? Don't worry then. Et Bono. Oh yeah, yeah. So they fixed it. Somehow. Probably they added the lapped cars out. And Alpine, Rory, McDuff is in 12, so they are sorted behind us for some reason too. Ah yeah, Spork is ahead. Copy. Yeah. And I won't put on a big fight, of course. By the way, I report the Team Redline car ahead of us, Luke Bennett, is on the soft. I'm not too unhappy about that, to be honest. Yeah, guys, don't worry about that. They will fix it. Also, guys, as you've seen, it wasn't that big of an issue. The thing is, if we, like, I would do the same again as in with Jonny, because if we don't, then we might not only have them with us, but maybe someone else, you know? The question is, will other teams adapt to that now? We're waiting for the green flag track. Do laps till that happens. Anyway, guys, that gives me the opportunity. Oh no. Okay, they restart the server. That gives me the opportunity, guys, to once again ask you for your support here on the channel. If you appreciate the racing that we do, if you appreciate the exclusive on board out of the Le Mans 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual, then do it like Lamachun Ulpide and follow up on Twitch if you haven't done already. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't done already, and make sure to also give the video a like, of course. Yeah, so we are reloading server and track and everything. We're reloading the setup. As soon as it lets us. On the road again. On the road again. Track looks close to green though. Why double file? Why double file though? This is not F1. Yeah, I mean, copy, we are trying. The funny thing between is like we're doing double file with lap cars in between. Uh-oh, no ear of cone. Guys, the restart is now. Copy. Understood. So guys watching on YouTube right now, sadly I got no chat. For the moment, yes. Oh dear, Jasper. Will you guys resume though? Copy, copy. Hey, Slippy. Information to the grid lane it is. Tom Peters, thank you for the follow. Well, now we're sitting 11th though. Probably there was something missing. Yeah. Roughly an hour now. Yeah, so unlucky. 2 cars ahead is a lap car straight. Yeah, Papa Kun, everyone should be... Well, maybe someone is underfueled, I don't know. Samuel, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the restart of the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual. And guys, once again, massive thank you for the big followage today. If you're new to the channel, if you enjoy sim racing, if you appreciate rFactor 2 and the 24 Hours of Le Mans, please make sure to follow on Twitch and subscribe to the YouTube channel. That would be massively appreciated. Rosa Boucher, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the restart of the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual. As I want to welcome everyone to the restart of the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual. And once again, guys, for the fan boosts, please. Sorry, race director talking. I can also.
Each and every one of you crosses the line. You can only start overtaking once you cross the line. The cars are supposed to cross the line in line, not side by side.
Copy, we are crossing. So
this is single file.
At the moment, the leader is approaching the line. I will mention green. That's when timing will change from red to green on the monitors.
But yeah, we're still not allowed to race until we've touched the racing line. Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, no overtaking until after the start-finish line.
Understood.
Okay, so really to race anybody, you're racing to lap 8 when you're going to be able to box.
Understood. Yeah, still, if opportunities arise, I'll put my nose in, but... Yeah. Yeah. Could have just announced that beforehand. Every quarter is a known... Yeah, you know. Georges Darazi, thank you for your subscription on the YouTube channel. Massively appreciated. And yeah, guys, if you want to support us, if you want to make us grow, if you enjoy this racing, and please follow on Twitch, subscribe to the YouTube channel, give us a fan boost, and come back for more rFactor 2 streaming, and of course for the remaining 18.5 hours of Virtual Le Mans. See who forgets about the brakes. Holy shit, that was close. Dawid? Do I just pull the plug or what do I do? Ah, well. Yeah, we're rolling, but it's completely broke. I mean, I was on the left side. $105 seconds. Yeah, we need to stay in the lead lap somehow though. I mean, I get the question why to do it 4 wide, but I mean, we were racing in a straight. We're not gonna stay on the lead lap, I'm afraid. Yeah, I would need to see the replay from the off-board, but I felt like there was the space, but maybe there wasn't. No, I'm gonna rejoin right in that pack. Fuck this. Ah, damage 105. Not concurrent. 8. So it gets back to a standard double. Completely fixed. So like fresh breath. What caused this? Okay, but it's not like I squeezed two people, did I? Yeah, copy. So engaged. That would have happened regardless, even if I left half a meter more room. Okay. Yep. We're pushing. Understood. Actually, we're lucky to still be in the race. Yes. Hey guys. Thanks for the follows. Huzin, thank you for your YouTube subscription. Appreciate it. that Liam the Wall? Because someone has got a penalty. But that was not the car that caused the incident, or? Man, guy, that was a lapped car. Are you serious? Nee. Pass ich nicht, Mann. Komm ich auch nicht mit klar. Yeah, I need to watch this back in the replay later on. Do you have lap times of the 3 cars ahead per Alchemel? And all sector times? Because the guys are cutting the shit out of the track and I can't even know whether I'm faster or not than them. If you got lap times from the 4 cars ahead, there is a multiple disconnect again. Seven cars. Yeah, connection loss, I'm done as well. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Can they please just resume to the order that we've had? If, like, for the dear life, I hope they take lap 71 again. But then it's bad news. We lost the lead lap. Where is the good news? Fuck those 20 seconds, honestly. Wenn das stimmt, rasch dich aus. Wenn das stimmt, rasch dich aus. Wenn das stimmt, verliere ich hier komplett meinen Shit, Mann. Wenn hier zwei, die eine Runde Rückstand haben, diese Kiste verursacht haben, rasch dich komplett aus. Aber komplett. Halt's Maul. Nein! Nein, nein! Das kann doch nicht wahr sein! Kann nicht nicht sein, Mann! Ich krieg einen Anfall. Ich krieg einen kompletten Raster, Alter. Ich krieg einen kompletten Anfall, wirklich. Ja. So was Räudiges habe ich noch nie erlebt. Noch überhaupt gar nie. It is two lap cars that have a blue flag. Wow. The guy on the left was a lap down, the guy in the middle was a lap down, and the both green cars on the right, they were just trying to get by for the blue flags of things. Yeah, guys, I'm completely sorry right now, but I have huge difficulties to channel my anger and not to completely outrage right now. I have never in my life seen this before. I mean, yeah, I was kinda to the left, but I was racing lap cars for position. Why? Ah! Raste aus, Mann. Raste aus. What on earth? Like, Adam, was it wrong to go into that spot in the first place? I mean, I cannot. Say that again. Relies on the racecraft. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, like, I only was scared that I, like, fucked up somehow. Yeah. Copy. Yeah, Liam, of course you love the content. I know. We haven't heard anything from race control yet regarding the procedure. Yeah? Dirty Gash, regardless of blue flags are broken and not broken in the game, it's a common sense that when you're P24 and you're racing in the group of the leaders that you give way and not cause crashes. It's again a red flag condition, yeah. I guess it has something to do with the weather plugin they were using, because there was a scripted weather for sure. And that scripted weather plugin usually always causes issue. Yeah, Sheedy Nature, like, even if you don't see the blue flags. So there's a race information. Our plan now is to have another go restarting. Yeah, so restarting the race from lap 76. And now they will try to remove lap cars during the manual formation. Nice. Man, if I stayed on the lead lap somehow. LP Eric, thank you for the raid. Arkeko, thank you for the follow. Did we even complete lap 76? We did not even complete that, did we? When was our crash? 73. Last year the race was good, no red flags. 76. Honestly, if we were just on the lead lap, I don't care if it's dead last, but if we're on the lead lap, we can fix it. Yeah, guys, the server crashed. Lap 76 was not done. Lap 75 was. Honestly, I don't care if we're dead last, but I wish to be on the lead lap. Just on the lead lap, dead last, I don't care. Well, I stay in the car or... Where's Dawid? Yeah. The server will crash again with this weather plugin, I'm sure. Well, guys, we've grown the Twitch channel by 100 followers tonight, so that's a positive. Thank you so much for the support, everyone. Danke, Luca. Yeah, you guys are contributing big time tonight. Like, yeah. I mean, personally, my race is done. But, yeah. No, next year still rFactor 2. No stun. Sadly, no updates. Funnily enough, the YouTube chat is back, which I appreciate. I heard that Amazon AWS has issues, so Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, surely someone has leaked an IP, but I don't believe it is DDoS. They believe it is and can show evidence, then I believe it too, but I mean, you know, we're having the things of the matchmaker for DDoS is not to happen. No, it's another red flag already. His Super Ultra Y is less hard on the GPU, and with peripheral view, you don't need the triples compared to. Christian, hello. Yeah, I mean they changed all the links and then you'll honestly, if someone really wants to find that IP, they'll find it. Where are they putting those updates? Sharon. Amazing. Join that server and grab a fucking coffee. So guys, no further rain. Guys, you are amazing. I appreciate all the new followers and subscribers on YouTube and Twitch. Please excuse the silence, because if I start saying something, I'm raging. Dawid, want me to do anything towards the setup? Okay. We have track temp 37. Expect our race to be fucked. I think they are like the entire GTE division has signed a document, or well, pretends to have signed a document, whereas like 15 out of 16 cars agree to start from identical lap, just order from lap 76. But I think race control is ignoring it, so I have no hopes for us. Usper, thank you for the follow. Yeah, we're gonna call you sure. Looking forward to the call. security breach, yeah. I mean, they call it a security breach, and additionally also disable the weather from now. So no further rain, all just dry. I mean, whatever. The big problem is that our race is just fucked, really, because we're a lap down together with, I don't know, 6 or 7 other cars. And if we reach that, then we need the entire other field that is much, well, that is slower than us to lose 3 minutes somehow. 3.5. And you know, it's not like in the top 10 we're talking about minutes or seconds gained. We're not talking about minutes gained in hours. It's more about seconds gained in a few hours. You mean for sharing the details? I'd be interested which streamer was meant by that. I agree. So, P25 we sit together with Jonny. So Jonny is 26th somehow. Nope, and Peugeot is sitting in 80th. Yeah, but maybe they will reassign the laps and then the order is weird, and then we have the... Well, Team Prio is sitting DQ'd on the grid straight, so let's see. It is bad. Or a lap down. Guys in strategy department, please have a think about something. go with the plan as the first race. Understood. G2 12 gamers, yes, you can do with restream. Yeah, remember about the overcut though. Yeah. So you let them clean. Yeah, so you. Yeah. Okay, I agree with the plan. Yeah. Well, I'm more happy to jump the other cars ahead of us in the lap down category with what we plan. That is another plus, hopefully. Thank you guys. Thank you very much for the follows. Yeah, again, if you appreciate what we're doing here, and please guys, please have a follow on Twitch, subscribe us on the YouTube channel, make this community grow. You guys giving us big fan support, big fan boost, and we're trying to make this, well, we're trying to make something. You got to be kidding me. Something out of the situation.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
So now we have the GTEs between the LMPs.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
Jimmy, what are you doing? Ah, yeah, forgot to run the batch file. Understood.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
Oh. You know what? There was a maximum allowed active time, I would have exceeded that in the meanwhile. Hey there, people connecting and disconnecting and whatnot. Anyway, guys, we enjoy the race now, or whatever is left from that. And yeah, again, if you appreciate us streaming this, then please have a like on the video, have a subscription on the YouTube channel, have a follow on Twitch. Well, Sharon, 2 teams leaked the new IP or the last IP or the penultimate IP. Copy, we are gridding. Let's see. Yes, Julian, of course this race will affect my participation in FSR tomorrow. As in, it's very uncertain for me if I can run, if I will run, if I should run. Well, to be honest, leaking IPs is one thing. I mean, every hacker is probably able to find the IP regardless. Anyway. Estasme, thank you for your subscription, and Wee Mendas, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Little Leo, yes. rFactor 2's FFB is state of the art and the best that you can find. Victor, I think there's possibilities to take off the servers from the matchmaker so you can't see, but yeah, like as I mentioned, I'm pretty sure at some point you're gonna find out an IP if you want to. But either way, I'm not discussing that or arguing it. Now we're just trying to survive this one. And let's see what happens. Maybe we can somehow make it back into the top 10. Would be a miracle, I think, but you know, miracles can happen. So we're trying working for one. Paradisky, we're a lap down, so that's not going to work. Just ban on the cell phone. Copy, we're waiting for the green light. So. Jonny Simoncic is that car on the left. And now we're a back marker. So shall we now cause some crashes? Pros, cons, we're thinking. I'm so sorry. I have no clue what it was. What I assume it is. Guys, tell Jonny that I obviously will take action to the blue flag, probably on the Mulsanne somehow. Or let me know if you want it to happen straight on the sprint to turn 1. Thank you. Copy. Understood. So it was the weather plugin now. Yep. What a guy. I mean, I have no reason to laugh right now, but that's actually funny. Mm-hmm. Which team is 39? Yeah, so what is as soon as possible? I mean, I can also just lift on the start-finish straight, but... Yep. So, the guy's just parked ahead for no reason. So it's just a front splitter, but that is actually good news because a broken front splitter makes the car faster. Yeah, the front splitter, nothing else. Yeah, it was smart, was it? Shit happens. Can't wait for the penalty. The other guys are brake checking great ahead of us. Okay. Yep. Fucking shit. Sorry, got intimidated by that blue flag. Yeah. It just looked so similar, I thought it was the other car. My bad, I'll fix it. Right, back to El Plan. Guys, thank you so much for the massive follows and subscriptions, appreciate it. Welcome to the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual. Attempt 26. Yeah, front tires are screaming for mercy indeed. No, it's only Alpha. Oh, fuck, we're down on top speed. It's just a kph or so. Well, Bock is taken away. Let's see the middle sector. Great, he is cut. Well, let's say my middle sector is... we need to see. But Bock is gaining a tenth or two every straight. We need to monitor other people. Like McDuff or so. Do you have sector times of every car despite the cuts? Have a check with these guys. But the 26.7. Yep. So usually you can repair and then skip. You want to skip, but yeah. What do we want to do? Ich schwöre, ich möchte einfach aufhören. Yeah. In terms of repair time. I mean, one of the guys can also just destroy the front splitter and do a pit stop in our practice server. And then see what it would be, probably. Roughly. Probably even more. Although Jonny had quite a big shunt in just 35 seconds, but don't know. Yeah, but literally everything was broke there. Only the left door was alright. Issue is we also have a higher fuel consumption due to that, because more drag. Hmm? Interesting. Yep, so we stick to the plan, but we fix it. What a shit performance from me today. Ich schwör, ich kann einfach nur einen Strahl kotzen. Wirklich. Dawid, you here? Can you find Dawid? And ask if repair body or repair all on a broken front splitter. I guess repair all. I'm a sitting duck. Yep, broken front splitter to fix the drag. Fix all or fix body. Copy. Thanks. Bono, what if we box now? No. 5. Copy. Are we on the penalty sheet, by the way? For what? That's us, for God's sake. Yeah, but we need to make race control aware of that. Yeah, but then we need to fix this. Like, it's not the 4, it's us. Get us the reprimand. obviously a smart way to yeah. Had enough of it, to be honest. Got to love it. No, Dawid will not be streaming. Nope. We got shunted by the car behind. Copy. By how many seconds I should skip the repairs, or do we just do it regardless? Because the problem is we carry this for 16 hours. $20. Yeah, we did so. Guys, thank you for the follows. And enjoy. Full 24 hours. ASL, thank you for the follow. Second lap. Back time 24. Yeah, see that? Lap 8 club. Or is that lap 9 already? Guys, thank you everyone for the follows. I appreciate it. And of course, we needed the fan boost for the pace. So we're trying to hunt them down. Yeah, so net 8 seconds gain on the strat. Not trying to hunt them down. thank you guys for the subscriptions and the follows. Keep pushing as we're gaining and closing the gaps. Joe Abbing, thank you for your subscription, and Ben Jew, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm slightly gaining the guys ahead. See what the undercut could be worth for us then. Five. Sorry, 6. Still though, the guys are doing mid to low 26 as well. We can post 25s. But these 4 lap. Shill and Niklas, thank you for the follow. And 21XR now, thank you also for the follow. Appreciate it. Lima Ozino, thank you for the follow. Guys, thanks for the follows, much appreciated. Fuck this shit. Boom. Guess who's going to be in my way for the Porsches? Yep. Three at the end of this one. Yeah, 0. It was 0, well we got like 2 or 3. I'll check. .25. Car likes to rotate now, because low track temp and stuff. Luca and Nippy, thank you guys for the follows. More of that, please. Thank you. F1 Clopit, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Kevin Sufro, thank you for your follow. Welcome. Hey Ice Fox. And Yuan, thank you as well for the follow. Appreciate it. Selected. Petron, Octavian and Racing Rat, thank you for your follows on Twitch, much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. Umut Kano, thank you for the follow. Yeah, the car is interesting to drive for sure. Torger and Andre Toman, thank you for the follows. You guys are pushing it mad on the channels, great stuff. So we are pushing it mad on the track. I would like to swap this wheel against the Hyper P1X in GSI. Trico, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Remlift7, thank you also for the following support. Back. So untunes would be for unlapping purple car, and then 3.5 seconds ahead book. And with the undercut and a good pace laps, I think we can do this. Box. Thanks. Enjoy.
Inside the top 8 Maranello car, Sim Maranello car, around 5 seconds off this battle. And one thing that's I've noticed throughout watching this event, as we as this battle between the Veloce and the Williams car.
No, Sharon, I'm not allowed to stay on the server.
Yeah, Porsche Goander in there as well, trying to get through. We'll come back to what you were going to say in just a second.
Guys, we'll need to
here because it looks like we're going to see
deal with the watch party.
Porsche Goander trying to make some places back in the car for them is Mac Backham, and that's going to be them down the inside of the Williams Esports. Oh, a little bit of rubbing side by side. Williams Esports not having any of that. Round the outside they go through Indianapolis, and I think we're going to stay side by side, are we, up towards Arnage, and it looks like behind Yassi Veloce, Isaac Gillison in the car for them wants to get involved now as well. That was brave driving from Williams.
Very brave driving. I think Bono Ruiz is just about fed up of going backwards. He's been in that car for a long time. Little bit of frustration paying out, but then here comes the Coanda car then down the outside. He'll do well to get round the outside of the Porsche curves. That's exactly what he's going to try to do, and he would have done well if he'd managed to do it. But
Sharon 5 at 6 a.m. in the morning. I need to check it right now. I should have gotten off the car like 2 hours ago, but now it's 2 hours later.
Position from Porsche Coanda.
Maybe it's 7 a.m. now.
Run a little bit, Chris.
We need to see.
Absolutely fantastic driving there from Yas Heat Veloce. They could see that battle was not going to end and place their car absolutely perfectly to go round the outside through the Porsche cars. I mean, that's not a move you see very often, but as you said, this one's going to rumble on, and it will do as we go up towards turn number 1 now. To the right hand side of screen, Yassi Veloce, and to the left there we can see coming back through the Porsche Coanda car to retake that place. In the pit lane was Georgi Dimitrov as well for Team Fordzilla. He has come into the pits from the race lead. So Fordzilla come in, and we have Jan Marco Fiducci jumping in the car for them. AMG Team Williams Esports also coming in.
Yeah, so we have De Jong in the pit lane. That is early, isn't it? Considering what we saw for the no, it's not, because we've already seen Dimitrov in the Fordzilla car. But they've chosen at Coanda to keep on running, so we'll see where Fordzilla eventually end up coming out, but that is on schedule actually, isn't it? That's what we were expecting. They pitted a lap early the last time around, and they're locked then into that strategy. Does rather show us that they have been maxing out their fuel stints. It was just that first stop of the last cycle where they chose to go one short and try to take the lead the race. They managed to do. Fiducci jumps in the Fordzilla car.
Now this is an important lap for Fiducci, isn't it? I mean, you're gearing yourself up for this stint. You know you haven't got a big gap behind. I can imagine you are feeling the pressure as he's putting his gloves on there, getting ready for his stint.
Well, it's the first lap in the dark of the race for him, which is absolutely massive thing for him to be doing.
Yep, well, we spoke about Fiducci there. He is, of course, racing for Team Fordzilla. Let's check in with Team Fordzilla now. We've got their team boss with us, and we'll head and hear from them now.
No, that's not Martin Brundle, it's his son.
Team Fordzilla running very well. We've got Gianmarco Fiducci getting in the car. A big lap coming up. How are we feeling ahead of this one?
Yep.
Yeah, we're just wanting to hear how you are feeling. We've got Gianmarco Fiducci getting in the car for you. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Well, we're feeling pretty excited. I think the boys are doing a brilliant job, and everything so far has been working pretty well. We had a plan, we built the plan, and we're sticking with the plan. So, to be fair with you, I mean, we have put a lot of effort on how things are going. So, obviously, we're really happy to see the car up there at the front, but there is a lot of work behind. So, it's good when the hard work pays off, you know. So, it feels the race is not over. There's still a lot to be played, but at least we're giving a good fight and we're making a good show.
Alex Brundle from the commentary box. Looking forward into the race, you've made this gamble on pitting a lap early. It's really paid off for you and put you out into the lead of the race, depending on what Fiducci can do for you now on his first lap out in the darkness. Are you happy with the compromise of putting yourself just that one lap shy of the fuel window of the top six? Do you think it's a beneficial compromise to take that track position?
Yes. I think to be fair, I'm not playing. I'm actually taking this as seriously as I take in real racing, because I actually do real racing for a living. So the numbers says that it's perfectly fine. So the strategy is ready, and we're just following what we think is the best plan. And so far it's paying off. So we will stick to what we think is best to do, and hope for the best at the end.
What is the feedback from the drivers right now? I mean, you look to have pretty good pace, Miguel, towards the front of the field, if being caught ever so slightly by the Coanda. What is the feeling from the drivers with regards to the balance of the car right now?
They're really happy. They are really, really pleased. After a disappointing quali yesterday, we were a bit concerned that we will not have the pace today, but I think we have been always really competitive on the races. Probably qualis haven't been our strong point, but we were always feeling really competitive on the race trim. And so far, immediately when they see themselves up the front, they just believe. They believe we have a good package. We are ready to fight for this race, and they kept getting faster and faster. The more you believe what you got on your hands is good, and it's not worse than the cars you got around, and those cars are actually the best in the world, well, you know, that's only encouraging them to keep pushing and to keep doing as they're doing.
And Miguel, just back to me, Chris McCarthy here in the commentary box. Of course, Georgi Dimitrov has put in a fantastic performance. A lot of us recognise him from racing in the British F4 Championship, having recently come out of karting. How impressed have you been with his performance so far in this race?
Well, I'm really impressed. To be fair with you, we worked really hard. We prepped a lot during
right, so...
The guy is doing such an astonishing job. I'm so pleased. So pleased for him, to be fair.
Jerome, we didn't leak.
You know?
We didn't lose the positions because someone has leaked an IP. We lost the position because two fucking backmarkers were ruining our race.
Principal of Fordzilla, thank you very much for your
that
time.
is
Best
what
of luck
brought
for
us
the rest of
down
the race.
on
You're welcome.
this
Thank
one.
you very much for your time.
Well, continuing on then through.
Right, gonna end the YouTube stream real quick and lead over to the second. So you bear with me for a moment.
Stops. We've seen that early pit stop again for the 966. That's dropped it back momentarily from the